Good afternoon slash early evening, and welcome back to Will Bratton WX. We are going to be jumping right into things as we do have a tornado warning underway already out in Wisconsin. So we are in southern Wisconsin here for Rock County, and we have a tornado warning that's been going on for a little while. Weather spotters have reported a funnel cloud associated with this guy, though the rotation hasn't looked all that convincing. So I can get the pen out so I can actually draw. Give me just a second. All right. There she is. Bang. That's what we're looking at. You can see this storm has a pretty clean area around it to the south. We've seen a couple of other supercells firing off throughout Wisconsin, and all sorts of these bringing the risk for some hail, as well as some wind damage. A couple of them getting a little bit of rotation going, but nothing super crazy. You can see some of these hail cores are looking solid. You know, they're not anything that's going to knock your socks off and leave you on the floor, but a couple of hail cores that are going. We're looking very elevated at this point. We're staring at a minimum of 7,500 feet in the air with some of these. See if the Green Bay radar is a little closer to this one. It is, yeah. You can look a couple thousand feet lower, but we're still not looking super high into the air here. You can see the bottom portion of that hail core starting to creep into the frame. But yeah, there's a lot going on around the country tonight, to say the least. We have a conditional threat up here towards Wisconsin and even trailing all the way down through Chicago and into northern Indiana. So that's something that we're going to watch for. Maybe as far as the southwesternmost portion of the LP of Michigan. So that's something we'll have to pay attention to. But yeah, I'm not. Weird. Seeing a little bit of an issue in my broadcast software, but it's not for a scene that we are using tonight, so that is all good. Wait, what? All right. So yeah, looking at some of these little semi-discrete supercells, maybe get a little storm training going on as some of these begin to merge and we get kind of a line that'll push through Wisconsin. But especially the southernmost end of this could become problematic in terms of tornadoes. In fact, we can go ahead and just show visually here in our tornado probabilistic outlook here, as I'm definitely expecting in this area, maybe a little north of that. This is kind of my main concern for the threat of a couple tornadoes. Oh my goodness, I just realized our thumbnail is wrong. Let me just casually fix that really quick. Give me a moment. It says moderate risk, by the way, and it's just simply not a moderate risk. I don't know how I didn't catch that. Anyway, it's fixed now. It should be. All right. Minor issue. I see Norman pointed that out to me as well in one of our chats. That's funny. Norman Smith, one of our storm chasers, also pointed that out to us. Very kind of him to do so. Anyway, yeah, we can see our probabilistic outlook today for at least our tornado regions. We've got this more conditional area that I was looking at this morning, and I didn't talk about it much in my forecast this morning because the Storm Prediction Center didn't seem very confident in it, but I should have trusted my gut because they have gone ahead and issued a 2% region there. I think things will be a little bit more linear, but we could definitely see, especially in the later evening hours tonight, some of those conditions really ramp up in terms of favorability for some tornadoes in southeastern Oklahoma. We have a 5% region that's out near Near Denver and near Cheyenne, Wyoming, and clipping the Nebraska Panhandle. And then we've also got that 2% region in the Midwest, which is where we're at right now in terms of our only tornado warning on the map, which has now been issued for Walworth County. So this has been extended. The extendo has been placed on there. Let's go ahead and get this out of here. Here's our new tornado warning polygon. Oh, actually, excuse me. This is just an entirely new storm, is it not? We were looking up there, no? Or am I misremembering? I'm fairly certain this is an entirely different cell. Hang on. No, okay. It is the same. It's the same cell, just... No, it's... Okay, it's not the same cell. Okay, I see what's happening. Dude, I got really confused there for a minute because I looked away from the map. So this was the original updraft that was looking tornadic. Now we're looking over here where we could get a little bit of that S shape starting to try to form near Delavan. So this is for Walworth County, Wisconsin. So if you're in that area, you definitely need to be getting to a basement. But there's your little S right in here is kind of what we're looking at for the possibility for things to wrap up and try to become tornadic with this storm. It's definitely got clean air out ahead of it, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, this is going to be for areas like Delavan, towards Walworth, Williams Bay, south of Elkhorn, maybe towards Fontana on Geneva Lake. It's an awesome name for a city, in my humble opinion. Looks like the rotation from that original updraft has completely fallen apart, though, at least for the time being. It could easily reestablish itself. We will continue to watch it closely. All right. We're getting things set up here for the night. I'm running a little bit behind. As we did have, or I did have quite a bit of work to do this afternoon with my internship. So was hoping to go live a little bit ago. We've had a couple tornado warnings, no tornadoes yet, as far as we know anyway, but a couple of tornado warnings throughout the afternoon already in Wisconsin. Also going on around the map, we've got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings down in the coast near the mouth of the Mississippi, basically. So this is down here at the Alabama-Mississippi state line, where we just got a bunch of thunderstorms posing the risk for some wind damage and some small hail. So all these are tagged 60-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4-inch hail. So those are not very large hailstones. They call them penny-sized to 3/4 inch. So that's definitely one to watch. Also in Arizona, we've had a couple of severe thunderstorms. This one near Sierra Vista has been going for a little while now. It's not really moving at all. It's just sitting there, kind of one of those classic air mass thunderstorms out in the desert. You can get some small hail with these, and then you can get those downbursts when they begin to dissipate. All that mass just goes straight down. You get that one really big gust of wind that comes down. But yeah, this is nothing super impressive at all. Just some heavy rain and some wind associated with it. And out in Jackson, Mississippi, that severe thunderstorm warning has been lifted, but we did have a severe thunderstorm warning. Or I guess this is just Jackson County, is it? Okay, I see what's going on. Interesting. Out in Iron County in Michigan, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning with a couple of storms here with some possibly pretty juicy looking hail cores. Yeah, as both of these are definitely seeing some decently impressive hail cores here. Getting upwards of 20,000 feet, we're getting some hail lofted into the air. When you get that high, you are well below the freezing level at that point, and you can get some of that aggregate hail where things kind of smash into each other and stick together. We have another supercell trying to form near Legend Lake and Kashina in Wisconsin as well. A couple scans ago, this one was looking right here where it looked like maybe it was going to try and establish a little bit of rotation. However, there is some congestion in the area which will limit it, which is good. It does look to have quite the hail core going. Look at that guy. Not very tilted, so not a very sheared environment. but lots of high DBZ values getting snuck into here. There's some silvers in there as well. I can't find them, but they are there. So those are your 70 plus DBZ values is what we'd be getting into there. Those are where you can get some of those very large water droplets or hailstones associated with them. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in Colorado right now. This is for a supercell out this direction. This was just issued moments ago. This storm is out here for Morgan and Weld counties in Colorado. And it is tagged for some big hail. So we got golf ball size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts heading towards Buckingham and Raymer, and eventually towards Stoneham out here in northeastern Colorado. And then down in New Mexico, we've also got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for this guy over here, which is definitely going to be a wind producer as far as I know. It's tagged for golf ball size hail, so consider me corrected. Golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with this guy over here. This one is going to be out in Lincoln County, New Mexico. It's in a completely unpopulated area right now, just to the east of Tecolote. I don't know. Southwest of Raymond or Ramon, northwest of Roswell. We did just get a flash flood warning on that cell that's just been parked in place down here in Arizona. So they are tagging this one for 1.25 inches to 1.75 inches of rain with up to another inch possible. So some flash flooding definitely possible down there in Cochise County in Arizona. Out in Illinois, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, a pair of them that's been issued for this line of thunderstorms, which does have some inflow and could try to get going with some rotation near Durand. That one's headed towards the greater Rockford area. So we'll stay with that one for sure. Again, this is our only tornado warning on the map right now. It hasn't looked very convincing at all, but again, it only takes about a scan or two for these types of lines where you have winds going in opposing directions like this. It's not that hard to get these to smash into each other and form that S shape where you can get that very, very quick development of rotation there. So these ones are very worth paying attention to. And of course, these winds do look a little muted. These winds are probably a lot faster. They just look a little muted because we are only going in two directions, either away from the radar or towards the radar. So your greens are going away from the radar and your reds, your greens are going, I've drawn this backwards. Your greens are going towards the radar and your reds are going away from the radar. All right, out towards southwestern Wisconsin, we've got a couple of cells firing off. One near Bloomington that looks all right. It's got a lot of open air. It's pretty young, trying to get an updraft established. One near Boscobel or Blue River or Muscata as well. This one is also trying to get itself going. Plenty of cells to pick from. We've got another one near Thorpe, which is kind of in a radar hole, unfortunately. I don't know if we can't really get any closer to it than this, which is a bummer. Yeah, we're looking at just the very top of this hail core. That's probably got some solid hail coming out of it. I'm sure it'll get severe thunderstorm warned at some point here. And then looking from the Green Bay radar, this guy over here near Legend Lake is still continuing to develop. And this hail core is becoming pretty significant pretty quickly. As you can see, very, very elevated here. And some of those silvers and grays sneaking in there that you can see right around there. So some of those silvers and grays sneaking in there. So some possible very large hail associated with this storm. Our main area for the hail risk, though, is going to be out towards Colorado. Whoa. Excuse me there, where I think our biggest hail risk is going to be there because you have those really steep lapse rates and you have enough instability to support those hailstones. So we're really looking at, I guess I'll draw it on the map. We're kind of just looking at this area for western Nebraska, northeastern Colorado, and even southeastern Wyoming probably even a little further north into Wyoming here than the circle I drew. Maybe something more like this might be a little more realistic. But again, this cell is already within that area. So any storms that remain in that area, and especially can remain discrete, are going to pose the risk for that large to very large, even giant hail. And then further, our 5% tornado risk is also in that area, especially a few hours from now when our storm relative helicity values start to increase as the environment becomes a little more sheared. We do have some sort of boundary going on out here in Colorado that could most certainly help initiate some of these storms. And I wonder if that's where this cell came from. I'm going to pull some frames back. We're going to find out. Okay, no. This boundary did not initiate this storm, but there is some sort of a boundary going on here in Colorado. So that could definitely play a role as well. Back to Walworth County, Wisconsin, where our tornado warning is. Still not doing anything yet. But again, it doesn't take but a scan or two for these types of storms to immediately wrap up, where you have this sharp gradient here like this, where you go from all these darker colors here to your greens over here. And more importantly, when you look at your velocities, you go from the reds to greens on the other side of that line as well. All it takes is a very, very quick ingestion of some sort of notching right here, and then you can get a tornado that develops extremely quickly with those. I see Adrian in the chat, one of our storm chasers. Good to see you, my friend. We're not going to have any storm chasers out in the field tonight or probably tomorrow night, but we will be broadcasting both those days regardless. All right, next scan is in here, where things do look to be possibly weakening just a little bit on this tornado warned cell. I don't know if it's weakening or rather it is becoming a little bit more perpendicular to the radar, which is going to make those values on the velocities come back closer to zero. I don't know how to describe that in layman's terms, to be honest with you. We are seeing a little bit of notching possibly going on here just east of Delavan now. So we could see something get going right in this circle. Not seeing any kind of a CC drop that would be indicative of that, but it's definitely there. So we'll definitely continue to watch this one. Pretty concerning here in southern Wisconsin. So we are not too terribly far southwest of Milwaukee. I don't know how long has this flash flood warning been there? Not long. Okay. This flash flood warning for a large portion of southern Wisconsin, that's going to be Green, Rock, and Walworth counties, is now in place. So this is just for all this precipitation that's fallen through there, with an additional ½ inch to an inch and a half possible in that warned area. Flash flooding is already occurring. Apparently 2 cars are stranded in flooded intersections in Milton. So that's not ideal. Milton's up here. So that's, of course, not good. If you see still water, standing water, don't drive into it. Turn around. Don't be that guy. You're not that guy. You're not a hero. I'm just playing. But definitely don't try to drive through flooded roadways, no matter what type of vehicle you drive, unless you got a boat. Or one of those fancy, hydro car things. You know what I'm talking about? That you can just drive them into the ocean. We got Nightblades 877 in the chat saying, what radar app do you use? I'm using GR Analyst. So it's a Gibson Ridge product. It's what they use in the National Weather Service, essentially. It's an older product. It's not as aesthetically pleasing. It requires more skill to use than the majority of other radar products out there. But it is, in my opinion, the best in terms of just displaying the level 3 radar data. The sellout near Boscobel is still kicking. Still one that I'm worried about in some regard, anyway. Looks like it's trying to recycle, but it's got multiple competing updrafts at the moment, which is going to limit its production until one of them can take over. So we've got 3 different competing updrafts with that storm. Similarly, down near B-Town or Bloomington, and again, this is in southwestern Wisconsin, is where we're at. This one has one dominant updraft. So just north of B-Town, this is definitely one that I'm watching to potentially become tornadic, as it's got just nothing but clean air out of ahead of it. And it is in the southern part of Wisconsin, which is where some of those more favorable conditions are, especially as it continues to propagate towards the east. These conditions will only become more favorable, and with time as well. So that is definitely one that we're going to watch pretty closely over the next few minutes here. But again, our only tornado warning on the map is for Delavan Lake, Fontana on Geneva Lake, Williams Bay, Como, and south of Elkhorn, where things are definitely wrapping up a little bit. But it's again, we're pretty, our winds are blowing pretty perpendicular to the radar at this point. So your radar is up here, and the radar beam is coming down in this direction. And so since the winds, you have inflow like this and outflow like this, are going pretty much perpendicular to the radar beam, those values are going to inherently show up lower than they actually are. I don't honestly have no idea how to explain that in more simple terms than that, unfortunately. I wish I did. The severe thunderstorm warning down here towards Rockford has been condensed a little bit. I wonder if this is tornado possible tagged. It is tornado possible tagged. Oh my, I hate it when I accidentally do that. So we do have a tornado possible tag down here headed towards Rockford, as we actually have a localized area of rotation starting to form just west of Latham Park. So we could definitely see a little bit of rotation. This is very weak, very broad, but it could definitely tighten up, and we could get something out of that within the next few minutes. And this one is headed right towards the northern part of Rockford. And in fact, the entirety of Rockford will probably get hit in some regard by this storm. All right, let's go back up to the Green Bay radar and check in on some of these storms up here, where we do have some hail cores continuing to grow. It looks like we're getting a merger here near Cecil. So you can see a pair of cells right here and right here that are now beginning to merge as we go forward in time. A couple of frames, boom. Now they're just kind of one cell. This is where we're at right now. So a lot of these could form, could merge, and we could see even more hail developed here, as it looks like we just have one broad mesocyclone that's kind of taking over on this thing near Shawano and Cecil. So this one could definitely become a pretty big time hail producer. The tornado threat seems a little limited with it. At least for the time being, there isn't really a tornado threat with it at all. And I don't really think there's going to become a tornado threat within the next few minutes, though it is possible. Can't ever rule it out. I mean, you can sometimes, but a lot of the times, you shouldn't rule it out a lot of the time. From the Marquette radar, checking in on these storms at the Michigan-Wisconsin border. Looks like this one might be trying to get going a little bit. With just the slightest bit of rotation. None of these are not tornado possible tagged, and I don't think they should be. But a couple of stronger thunderstorms up that way, producing some small hail and gusty winds. And then back down here southwest of Milwaukee, we still have our ongoing tornado warning, where this one doesn't, it might be straightening out a little bit. So I'm not expecting there to be much of a tornado threat right this second, but again, it only takes moments for these types of gradients to quickly form some sort of notch. And especially when they get bowing like this, it becomes easier for them to notch out. So this is the tornado threat is nowhere near gone for this, at least for right this second. It's possible that we see a new tornado warning that's placed something like this on the map, headed all the way into just clipping the northernmost part of Illinois up here. Northwest of Chicago, as here's where Chicago is. So that's definitely one to watch. This one's currently impacting Williams Bay and Fontana on Geneva Lake, Walworth, and headed towards Coma and Lake Geneva itself. So I can go ahead and draw it out. Boom. That's where it's going. Or maybe that arrow's slightly angled too far. It's more pathing like this. We can kind of watch that trajectory here. Man, one of these days I'll be decent at drawing arrows. I promise. It's just not going to be today, and it's probably not going to be tomorrow either. Going back to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Colorado, they did just issue a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for that same cell. And so now we're going to be tagged with some of that monstrous hail. So we have up to baseball-sized hail coming out of this guy out here. So this has been radar indicated. I don't know if we have any spotters. We have a lot of spotters in the area. So we will probably get confirmation on this eventually. But this is a destructive severe thunderstorm here with significant hail. And it also looks to me like it's developing. The rotation is developing and increasing here. So we could easily see a tornado threat develop from this one soon as well. So we're going to pay very close attention to this storm out here in northern Colorado, northeastern Colorado. And you can see it's starting to take advantage of some of that shear. We're getting a little bit of a weak echo region here. It's not very well defined, where you have heavier targets suspended above weaker targets down there, or smaller targets. And so that is indicative of a rotating updraft. And again, we do have a rotating updraft now, and it does appear to be intensifying a little bit over the last couple of scans. You can see some of these reds and greens getting a little brighter over these last few scans. And again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that will be impacting Morgan and Weld counties up here in northeastern Colorado. So a little zoom out on Colorado. Here's where we're at. This one's eventually going to be headed towards areas like Sterling. South of the Pueblo radar in Colorado, we also have another severe thunderstorm warning, which is probably going to be allowed to expire as this storm looks to be weakening a little bit. They may issue another one with it, but the winds don't look quite as strong, and neither does a hail threat. This one is down here for Las Animas County in Colorado. And we just got a severe thunderstorm put in place for Florida for Okeechobee, I guess. We got ST Wind in the chat saying a magnitude 5.6 earthquake struck California. You know, I think I saw something about that not too long ago. I don't know anything about it. This storm down here in Florida actually does have some broad rotation. So we could, in fact, it looked even better a couple scans ago. It might be weakening now, but we could definitely see this one become tornadic, and it is tornado possible tagged. It's kind of sitting here, not really moving. It's not really moving. It's right here near Taylor Creek, near Buckhead Ridge as well. As there's a lot of thunderstorm action going on throughout the convergence zone here in Florida, where you have your combining sea breezes. My arrows are just so brutal, man. You have combining sea breezes that enter the middle of the peninsula. And when those winds, here's the land, right? This is a cross section. When those winds combine, they have no choice but to go up, because they can't go down, right? The surface of the earth is below them. So those winds have to go up, and then you get your thunderstorm development in the middle of Florida a lot of the time. Going back to our tornado warning in Walworth County, Wisconsin, things are forming that S. we are starting to possibly get that S a little bit. So we could definitely get a tornado sometime soon with this storm. I wouldn't be terribly shocked to see another extension of this tornado warning put on here within the near future, headed towards areas like Lake Geneva, Pell Lake, Genoa City, maybe even towards Hebron or Twin Lakes. So here's kind of the trajectory of where I'm expecting this storm to go. Something kind of along these lines. Maybe even as far south as Hebron. Something like that. But in general, it's moving out this direction. Hang on. I don't know what it is. Like, every time I draw an arrow, I just feel like, man, that arrow sucks. Let's check in on our destructive severe thunderstorm out here in Morgan and Weld counties in Colorado. That hail core is definitely weakened just a tiny bit, but it looks like this storm is trying to get organized. As we have had a new updraft beginning to form on the backside of the storm, right over in this area, which is likely going to get pulled down as the RFD is established. And then this storm at that point could become tornadic. So we need to watch this one pretty closely here over the next few minutes to see what happens with it, as we have destructive hail going on here, baseballs made of ice falling out of the sky. And then we also have the possible tornado risk that could develop with this supercell over the next couple of minutes. Jumping back down to the Mississippi and Alabama coast, we do just have quite the wind threat going on with this line of thunderstorms. You can see all these bright reds coming through here. Some of these winds being detected at 500 feet in the air are blowing as fast as 60 miles an hour sustained. So these are some pretty fast winds going on here. These are all tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds with these severe thunderstorm warnings down here. These are going to be impacting Baldwin, Escambia counties in Alabama, plus Mobile County, Alabama. Into Utah for box elder and Tool, or Tuoli? Tool, maybe it's just Tool. Out in Utah, we're seeing that wind threat begin to develop as we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's put in place for this line of thunderstorms. Again, we're looking really elevated. This is only around 5,000 feet. But again, these a lot of these upper level, or a lot of these storms that happen out in the Great Basin are very elevated. And it looks like we have just had our tornado warning in Walworth get removed. Yep, we definitely have. So for the time being, we are tornado warning free. As I throw my remote onto the floor. But we are tornado warning free as of right this second. Again, it wouldn't shock me to see them put a new warning, especially with this updraft that looks like it's trying to establish near Rockton, as things look to be tightening. Honestly, they look to be tightening up near Rockton a little bit. So it wouldn't shock me at all to see a new tornado warning placed there. Oh, excuse me. That's actually that's a different segment. This is the original one is up here. Wow, they just look really similar. Where I was gonna say, I thought we were near Lake Geneva, which we are. Things have definitely weakened though on the former tornado warning cell. In terms of this rotation up here, you're not seeing those bright reds in this area anymore like we were before. So again, still a straight line wind damage threat associated with this one, but it's not looking very significant at all. And we could still see a spin up tornado happen here over the next few minutes as this cell continues to develop. But our cell that's headed back towards Rockford that we were talking about earlier, this one just north of Rockford now, near Rockton, is definitely looking like we could be getting a little bit of a couplet developing that could produce a tornado as it continues to move towards the east-southeast. So this one's going to be near Rockton, headed towards Roscoe, Caledonia, Poplar Grove, even Capron later on. And of course, all of Rockford really is going to get hit in some fashion by this thunderstorm, which could be producing 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds. Back in Colorado, let's check and see if things are still organizing out here. And yeah, they most certainly are. So we've got a very clear updraft now established with this storm. So if it can develop an RFD and wrap itself around, we could easily see things get going. So if we see this type of shape begin to form on the supercell, we will have that RFD beginning to wrap around, and we could easily see things become tornadic at that point. So we're going to pay very, very close attention to that. But as of right this second, we don't have any tornado warnings on the map, which is a good sign for now. We have Weather Wisdom in the chat saying, Will the Weather Warrior is back. I don't mind that. I don't mind that nickname. Will the Weather Warrior needs some caffeine, though. Looks like our latest radar scan has broadened out with that rotation just a little bit. That would have, I believe that would have been a left splitter had that second updraft taken over. So what we need to happen if we want a tornado, which we don't, is inflow to establish this direction coming into the storm here. Work. There we go. We need to get some inflow coming into this thing if we want a tornado, which we never do. But if we can see that hook start to form out as some of those targets get pulled around to the back of the storm by that rotating updraft, then we would be in business for a potential tornado threat. Jumping back over to Utah, where we do have a straight line wind damage threat. Again, these are pretty elevated storms. We can go to composite reflectivity. It'll probably show slightly higher values. Yeah, slightly. These storms are not impressive at all in terms of producing any kind of a tornado threat or really any kind of a hail threat at all. We're just looking at a wind threat, mostly associated with when these storms begin to dissipate and all that mass just comes flying down to the surface, hits the surface, spreads out in all directions at 60, 70 miles an hour. So these storms can be pretty dangerous with those downbursts. And then with our destructive severe thunderstorm warning just north of Fort Morgan, still watching this one closely to see if a dominant updraft can get established on the south end. I mean, it is there. You know, I mean, we've got the inflow. It's there. It's just not very great, but it's a young supercell and it's in a great environment to try and perform. And there's nothing stopping it right this second. Taking a look at its hail core, you can see this is, I don't know if this is the latest scan here. Quite the towering hail core here, though. Adrian saying they grew up so fast. Yes, they do. Our little supercell out here just growing up so fast. Soon it'll be driving a car, going to college. The destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been shrunken down just a touch. The considerable severe thunderstorm warning here is a lot larger than it needs to be, but we will see what happens with that. I'm surprised they shrunk that destructive severe thunderstorm warning polygon at all without shrinking the considerable one. Or maybe that'll be coming soon. We'll go back over to Wisconsin. We do still have this cluster of thunderstorms that is still trying to do something. And this is not far from Green Bay. It's not looking like a very significant hail producer, but definitely could get some small hail with this. It is tagged for 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We also could see some inflow get established here near Bondul, almost as we get almost a nudger here where this inflow is kind of pinched off because of the other cell out ahead of it. And we get some localized increase in that inflow, and we get a little bit of precipitation brought around the backside, and all of a sudden you're wrapped up and you can get a tornado going. So one that we'll pay attention to as well. I'm not saying that's going to happen. It's probably not going to happen, but it is possible. Going back down towards Chicago and near Rockford. Checking in here, we are seeing some rotation trying to get going. We do now have two different areas of rotation trying to get going. A very weak one near McChesney Park and Loves Park, and then another one near Rockton and Roscoe. So two different areas where we could see some spin-up tornado action with this little segment of supercells out here, just north of Rockford. Or not supercells. I don't think I would call them supercells. We have a little bit of a Boeing structure, excuse me, going on here, just north of Rockford. And that is just on this latest scan here. Seeing that rotation near Loves Park and McChesney Park. We'll check in on our cluster of storms down in Florida here. As it was looking like we could get various pockets of rotation now near Buckhead Ridge. I'm sure all of these are tornado possible tagged. Nope, they're not. The original severe thunderstorm warning was severe possible or tornado possible tagged. We do have some rotation near Buckhead Ridge. Various other areas where you could get rotation going as well. We're looking decently high though, above 5,000 feet up here. All right, back to our destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Colorado. I don't know why I keep saying that. It's really kind of just become my thing, I guess. I mean, it looks like we do have an anticyclonic rotating updraft going on here, which is kind of bizarre. You don't see that a lot. It's not very strong, but this one's turning clockwise, as you can see here, with these wonderful, super artistic arrows. Give me 1 second here as I need to do something that's extremely, extremely important, which is put the World Cup games on my TV. We had Bosnia took down Qatar. Not long ago, earlier today. Okay, I guess coverage doesn't start for 5 more minutes. Okie dokie then. Guess I'm not turning it on yet. Anyway, still have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning down here near Fort Morgan. That anticyclonic updraft looks to be falling apart, which is normal. Normal to say the very least. But again, this is still a very significant hail producer potentially here. Here's another shot at that hail core, and woo! That thing is towering. Absolutely towering. Now, we're not seeing any of those massive DBZ values get returned, those silvers and grays and browns. None of those are really getting mixed in there, which is good news. But we could still be seeing baseballs falling out of the sky here with this storm. Baseballs made of ice, which in fact is what it is tagged for. Baseball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Our flash flood warning down in Mississippi was lifted, so we've only got 2 left. We've got the one down here on this little cell that just has been sitting down here in Arizona, not really moving at all. What? There you go. Yeah, you can see this storm just not really moving at all. I think it's, yeah, it says they called it, these storms were stationary. So these are just little classic little air mass thunderstorms going on here down in Arizona. You get these in the desert sometimes. Yeah, just lots of rain going on with those. They don't really move, so they just dump rain in the same spot until they eventually dissipate. Out in Green Rock and Walworth counties in Wisconsin, we still have a flash flood warning in place as well. Here in Roscoe, we are still seeing a little bit of rotation going on. And then also another small area of rotation headed towards Timberlane, or Belvedere. So two different little areas of broad and weak rotation. But we could definitely see a spin-up tornado associated with these at any point. I'm not seeing anything that's indicative of that going on right this second, but I believe this is a tornado possible tagged. Yeah, this is a tornado possible tagged severe thunderstorm warning for good reason. And then towards Lake Geneva, this one that was causing us problems earlier and formerly had a tornado warning. What did I just do? It's no longer severe warned or tornado warned, but still got some gusty winds coming out of it, possibly gusting up to 45 to 50 miles per hour. And in New Mexico, we have a severe thunderstorm warning down here for Eddy County. So this is a new one. And in fact, I don't know what it's for. Ah, okay. Interesting. Okay. That's quite bizarre. So this must be a very rapidly developing storm, or, oh, okay, it's just elevated. Okay, I see what's going on. Man, some of these, yeah, these storms are just really elevated. So we need to go up in the tilt angles to take a look at this storm. So very, very elevated thunderstorm with some possible hail and 52 or 60 mile per hour winds, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Weird little storm down here in southeastern New Mexico. Nothing super concerning. We did just get an extension on this severe thunderstorm warning up here for Colorado, where, whoa, what is going on here? As we have a very powerful, very broad, but very powerful rotating updraft going on here. Out here for Willard and Marino. That's interesting. That's kind of the secondary cell that's pulling away from our main supercell, which is destructive tagged at the moment. And it looks like it might be trying to establish a new updraft. But this one is still definitely producing significant hail here at this point. That is a hail core if I've ever seen it. And yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Jumping back down to this flash flood producing storm out here in Arizona. Interestingly, this thing actually has a tiny bit of just the smallest bit of inflow / rotation going on, but it's not really any kind of a concern to me. Yeah, I don't know. Not really concerning to me at all in terms of a tornado threat. It's not moving. The environment's not favorable for that as well. And these storms are probably very elevated. I'm sure the LCLs are very high on these. So, although we are seeing pretty heavy targets at only 1,400 feet. So maybe not. Maybe not as elevated as I thought they would be. Either way, not the most concerning situation down here in Arizona. Well, we got another one in Nevada going on. Okay, so we got a severe thunderstorm warning going on in Nevada for Steptoe and Warm Springs. This is out here in White Pine County, Nevada, which is tagged for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. Radar indicated out here. I doubt there's a spotter anywhere in the state of Nevada. I'm curious. Nope. Not one spotter in the state of Nevada, which would make sense. But yeah, all of these storms are pretty elevated, and the main concern is going to be the basically the downbursts and the microbursts associated with when these storms dissipate. You can get some pretty crazy winds with those. That's why there's a severe thunderstorm warning that looks like it's covering nothing over here. Even if you switch to the closest radar, it looks like it's covering nothing. So that is the reason. Okay, give me 1 second here. Boom. All right, Scotland and Brazil are now gracing my screen. Incredible. All right, let's jump back over to Colorado, where our destructive severe thunderstorm warning is located and is most certainly. I mean, this thing just keeps trying to be a left splitter. It really wants to be different. Regardless, though, quite the hail core on this guy, still ongoing. So pretty big hail core here. And you can see a lot of these elevated targets here above nothingness. So very, very strong updraft going on. Not a very strong, not very much rotation going on here, as far as I can tell. Pretty broad, pretty broad. We have much stronger broad rotation going on near Willard and Marino. So this is at about 6,500 feet or so. The rotation is much stronger. Much, much stronger, but it's elevated. And it's pretty broad. All right. Northeast Colorado is an area we are very familiar with here at Will Bratton Weather. I was chasing out there not long ago for a while, or at least I was in the general vicinity for a while. And we've covered severe weather in this area in pretty much every broadcast since the inception of the brand. So we did just get a couple severe thunderstorm warnings down here in southeastern Oklahoma. This is for Atoka County. This tag for 6-mile-per-hour wind and an inch hail. I don't think we can get any closer. Oklahoma City radar. Not really. Yeah, that's okay. So that's definitely one to watch. It is a secondary target down there in southeastern Oklahoma with the potential for a couple of tornadoes really throughout this area. I mentioned earlier on the broadcast, I almost talked about that in my forecast discussion this morning, in our forecast video, I should say, and I decided against it because the Storm Prediction Center wasn't confident in that, at least at the time. But I should have trusted my gut, as they have introduced a 2% region or a 2% probability for tornadoes in that area. Moral of the story, trust your gut, kids. Out in Fort Morgan, we do have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning that was just extended. So still for baseball-sized hail. Very, very concerning thunderstorm up here. think these are all cyclone or anticyclonic. Unless I'm losing my marbles, like these storms are spinning clockwise, which is odd, to say the least. Anyway. Okay, yeah, where should we jump to? Let's go back over to Wisconsin and see what's going on over there, as we do have quite a handful of cells going on. One just northwest of Green Bay, which could be producing some hail. These hail cores are not very impressive, but we could be seeing some hail in that area. So that one's out here for Washara County. Also under warnings in Wisconsin are Oconto, Shawano, and Marathon counties. And in Brazil, Vinny Jr. has just opened up the scoring in the Scotland and Brazil match. That's interesting. As we do have some rotation beginning to develop here near Red Granite in Auroraville. So this is out in central Wisconsin near Watoma. So yeah, this is definitely one to watch, where we could see a tornado warning, or at least see the storm become tornadic soon. This is out here near Silver Lake, Red Granite, Neshkoro, Auroraville, headed towards Berlin. And this one is tagged for inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this Brazil goal was scored from a Scotland giveaway in the back line. It's just basically a free goal. That's a bummer. You hate to see that for Scotland. They've had a fun story in this World Cup. It's not over yet. Of course, only down 1-0, but they're playing Brazil. So out here near Spencer in Wisconsin. This one is looking like a little bit more robust of a supercell, where we've got pretty strong rotation at the mid-levels here at 7,000 feet. So this is definitely one to watch. This is just north of Spencer and northwest of Marshfield. And it's moving kind of east-southeast. Same direction a lot of these storms are moving, so I can draw it out. It's going kind of in this direction. So that's definitely one we want to pay attention to, as this definitely looks like, and it's getting better too. This one's looking a little concerning. We could definitely see this one become tornadic here over the next little while, so we need to watch this one very closely here out in central Wisconsin. Or I guess maybe you could call this north. I mean, this is central Wisconsin. It's in the northern half of Wisconsin. I don't think I would call it northern Wisconsin, though. But yeah, this is a very discrete supercell that looks like it's ingesting spin very nicely at this point. So we're going to need to watch this one very, very closely. Again, this is out near Spencer, headed towards Stratford, Rosleville, maybe just north of Marshfield. Looks like there are a lot of farmland like homes and structures out in this area, so definitely not an ideal situation there. Jumping back to our destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Colorado, we do have some of those larger DBZ values sneaking in there, as this thing's not really looking like it's posing an immediate tornado threat. This is just wild, though. Yeah, this is a very strange wind gradient going on with this thing. We could probably see a considerable slapped on this not too long from now for the wind alone. And again, we are still looking at a pretty significant hail core going on here, just north of Fort Morgan right now, where you're seeing some of these grays come through in our ZDR. A lot of these grays here, that is where we're seeing that hail. So definitely one to watch. Here's another look at that hail core, where you can see some of those silvers sneaking into even the mid levels of this updraft, which is pretty impressive stuff. So definitely a very concerning supercell. I used the word concerning too much. I was recently made aware of this. Let's go down to Atoka County, where this storm has got some rotation going, but it is very elevated. The lowest that we can look at the storm is close to 9,000 feet. So unfortunately, apparently I'm in a severe thunderstorm. But that's not true. This must be a mistake. Hang on a minute. Let's do it. Oh my. Okay, I'm not in a severe thunderstorm warning, but there's one not far from me in Illinois. We do have a random supercell that's fired off in central western Illinois and has some low-level rotation going. What is going on? What are we doing? What is going on? Where has this come from? Well, okay, out here in Illinois for I don't know what county this is. It's either going to be Boone, McHenry, or Greene, or Winnebago. I think I honestly don't remember which is which. Hang on. We can do some investigating here and figure this out. Okay, it's not Boone or McHenry County. And it's not Winnebago County. So it's Greene. So Greene County here in Illinois, near Whitehall Roadhouse, headed towards Greenfield, Illinois. We've got a pretty concerning supercell here. It's not a very monstrous supercell in terms of its spatial magnitude, but we did just get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Green Lake and Marquette counties in Wisconsin here, as this one's got some rotation as well. So everything on the map's trying to rotate tonight. So this one's going to be tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, and it is tornado possible tagged with that rotation going on. The rotation is less than 7,000 feet in the air. So things are getting spicy, man. We are all over the place right now. Greene County, Illinois. I'm really watching this one, especially because it's really interesting to me, as I wasn't expecting any kind of supercell development. I was expecting thunderstorms in this area. I was not expecting any kind of supercell development. I don't know what's going on with this. I mean, this whole area of Illinois has just been ravaged recently. I mean, this entire region-ish. It's not, this circle is just not good. It's more like, I don't know, anywhere from hereabouts, maybe. Kind of up the Mississippi, too. This is a really pointless circle that I'm drawing. But, yeah, a little bit of a supercell going on here near Whitehall, Illinois for Greene County. Could become tornadic. I don't know. This is not tagged Tor possible, but it probably should be. I don't know if we have any spotters out there. I doubt it. I don't know why there would be. There is someone just north in Jacksonville, so maybe they'll head south and go for it. There's another guy near Thayer. Maybe he will head for it. Yeah, lots of folks somewhere around the area that could maybe get there and take a poke at it. We do have our destructive severe thunderstorm warning still ongoing here near Fort Morgan. This is again for baseball-sized hail. So we are looking at some giant hail possible throughout the evening tonight in northeastern Colorado, southeastern Wyoming, and western Nebraska. Seeing a message in the chat from Rocksteady Fenton, Missouri. Shout out Rocksteady, man. I volunteered with them a week or two ago, and it's a good place. A lot of great people. We do have a little bit of rotation on this cell near Trinidad, and this is in southern Colorado here. So that's one to watch. Out in New Mexico, another cell firing off with a little bit of rotation as well. Just a tiny bit. This one's near Watrous in Valmora and Optimo. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for Mora and San Miguel counties in New Mexico. And then I want to jump back to this green Illinois storm because it is really intriguing me. Just the fact that it exists is intriguing to me. We'll see if anything happens with this. It's not looking crazy right now. A 7.1 magnitude earthquake in Venezuela. That's interesting. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning up in Wyoming. This is going to be for Albany, Converse, and Platte counties in Wyoming. Whoa. Something tells me that this is not accurate radar data that's coming in. This doesn't feel right. Something about that just doesn't feel right. It's possible, but I don't know. But this one's tagged for penny-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Down in Florida, we still do have a couple of severe thunderstorms going on, kind of forming a cluster now, where it is possible that we could see a little bit of rotation and maybe a very brief spin-up tornado just south of Buckhead Ridge. But this has kind of just formed a cluster of thunderstorms out here in central Florida. Right along the convergence boundary there. All right, let's look at our Fort Morgan storm. It is... Okay, this Fort Morgan storm is establishing a new updraft cleanly this time. A cyclonic updraft. So, well, the risk is now beginning to increase with this storm near Fort Morgan, just south of Fort Morgan and south of Brush, to begin becoming tornadic. It's not there yet, but the inflows would be coming in this way, and we get this kind of deal coming back around here. And just for context, this is what we're looking at on radar. My gosh, my art skills are just brutal. Let's check in on our considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Green Lake and Marquette counties in Wisconsin. This one is tornado possible tagged. And it actually looks like it's gotten more favorable for being tornadic over the last couple of scans here. If we did have a tornado with this, it would probably be rain wrapped, as this one is kind of an ingested updraft here. Or a, not an ingested updraft. Excuse me. This is looking a little bit higher preset, is what I'm trying to say. The updraft is also a little more central in the storm, where probably we're seeing some of that precipitation falling. Of course, it is probably a tilted updraft. I don't know if we have any spotters out in this area. Yeah. We don't. Womp womp. You know what? Screw it. The entire updraft. We're ingesting the entire updraft. Why not? Okay. So our storm that moved through Rockford is still intriguing to me. We did just get a tornado warning for Logan, Morgan, and Washington counties. This is what I was just talking about literally just a minute ago. Oh, never mind. It's actually for the northernmost portion where, okay, we were talking about this a minute ago too, but most certainly a very, very strong rotation, a very, very strong velocity couplet. Just kind of spun itself together over the last 2-3 frames here. So things have tightened up dramatically here. And this is just southwest of Marino and Atwood in Sterling. So we do have a tornado warning in place. There's tons of weather spotters on this, but it is radar indicated rotation here. As you can see, there's so many weather spotters in the area that are probably going to start gunning right up towards this thing. We could actually have multiple areas of rotation here. So we have a primary area of rotation just southwest of Marino, a possible second area of rotation just north of Hillrose. And then we have a third area of rotation associated with a completely separate cell just south of Fort Morgan. So 3 different areas we need to pay close attention to here. Things are getting spicy. Yeah, we're definitely starting to hook out just south of Fort Morgan here. This little cell on the back end is going to be the primary limiting factor with this Fort Morgan storm. If that cell wasn't there, I'd be very concerned about the Fort Morgan storm as well. But we're definitely looking at a pretty significant tornado threat here just south of Marino. And then, like I said, a possible second threat going on just north of Hillrose. This is for Logan, Morgan, and Washington counties in Colorado is where we're at right now. And Brazil scored again. It's 2-0. Tornado or no tornado, we still have a pretty powerful hail core that has shrunken a good bit. But it is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And this hail core could still be dropping some baseballs out of the sky. But it is pretty likely that Fort Morgan just got drilled with some hail. Yeah, definitely. It looks to me like we might end up with a nudger pretty much here. Instead of this cell causing issues, it could end up being the solution as it helps pinch off that inflow, and we could get a tornado warning coming out of that pretty soon. But again, back up near Marino is where our current tornado warning is. It's got plenty of inflow, and that rotation in the mid-levels looks pretty ridiculous on radar. Here's what we're looking at. That bright green and red couplet up here in that circle, that is going to be your area of rotation. And man, it is pretty impressive for being at around 6,000 feet here. And again, we still have this second possible area of rotation just north of Hillrose, right over here, but that is much smaller and much less convincing. But we do have 3 possible areas of rotation going on here in northeastern Colorado. Like, I need to take my time with my circles and really make sure that they do the job. All right. We're going to check in on Wyoming. Oh, wait, hang on. We just had a considerable severe thunderstorm warning slapped on the storm near Trinidad from earlier. That might, at least morphology-wise, looks like it's trying to get a good updraft going. Starkville? What? There's a Starkville, Colorado? How am I just learning of this? All right, we just had that second tornado warning get slapped on up here for just south of Fort Morgan. So this is what we've been looking at here. So there's that area of rotation. It's headed towards the southeast, towards areas like Woodrow eventually. So if you're south of Fort Morgan, definitely make sure that you're taking this one seriously and that you are in some sort of a basement. Whoa! Hold on. I'm using the wrong. There we go. Still. It's still pretty impressive nonetheless. But yeah. It looks like that other area of possible rotation north of Hill Rose is not really a factor. Um, but we do have the two primary rotation areas, one near Marino and then one down south of Fort Morgan. So two different concerning areas of rotation here. As that destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been lifted for the time being. Let's go back down to Las Animas County in Colorado, where we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds, golf ball sized hail, and we could see some rotation get going here soon. Definitely a significant hail producer, as we do have a TBSS, basically a hail spike coming out of this storm. That's what this is right here. So that's a hail spike coming out of the storm. So we're definitely looking at a pretty significant hail core going on in Bon Carbo. Jumping back over to Wisconsin at Green Lake. This thing looks like it really wants to wrap up and try to put out a tornado southwest of Berlin. So we could definitely see that happen. It's not going to do it right this second, but we could definitely see that happen over the next few minutes. So we'll watch it closely. That's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and it is tornado possible tagged. So we will continue to watch that one. All right, going back over to Colorado. Gosh. You ever have those moments where you just push every wrong button? That's what I feel like I just went through right there. I just cycled through a bunch of products that nobody really needs to see. Anyway, let's go back in time and watch the progression of this storm here. So we're getting basically a sort of a line. And it looks like, by the way, our rotation has pretty much died out on the southwestern most tornado warning, just south of Fort Morgan. It's still there. It's just very weak. That inflow got completely occluded by the cell that I talked about that could end up being a nudger. That was this kind of mess. It completely cut off the inflow over here where I put this eye. That was your inflow region. And it got completely cut off. So that tornado warning is not a concern to me for the time being, south of Fort Morgan and south of Brush. It could easily recycle, though, and that updraft could easily pull itself out into the cleaner air out ahead of that storm. We still have the very strong rotation going on near Marino, though it has weakened over the last couple scans. It is definitely downtrended a bit. You can see a lot of storm spotters trying to race over to those. Seeing in the chat that we have a tsunami advisory for Puerto Rico, Venezuela, Curacao, Aruba, Bonaire, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. That's pretty crazy. All right, we got another tornado in Wisconsin for Fond du Lac and Green Lake counties. Let's get up there. All right, this is the cell I was just talking about that I thought wanted to put one down. Fork Founding Kitchen. There we go. It's wrapping up. So, again, just a couple scans later, it's the same deal. And it looks like this is just radar indicated rotation. We do have ping pong ball sized hail going on. This is encompassed by a considerable severe thunderstorm warning tagged for inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So we have 3 tornado warnings on the map right this second. One in Wisconsin, 2 in Colorado. The one of them in Colorado that is just from Morgan County doesn't look concerning to me at all right this second. But again, it could easily recycle and it could become concerning soon. And it looks like it's already trying to recycle itself down into this area over here. So we're going to continue to watch that one, as that supercell is kind of managing to separate itself from the rest of the cluster of thunderstorms. Meanwhile, near Marino, where we've been watching, things have broadened out also. So the tornado threat is lowering in that area as well. I want to check in on this storm that was in Greene County out here, as I think it fell apart. Okay. Unless that's it, which is now in Greenfield. Is this thing just flying at 1,000 miles an hour? Or has it really been that long since I last looked at it? Oh, okay. It's moving that quick. Wow. Okay, so the cell near Greenfield is still got a little bit of rotation. There's another one near Rockbridge, Illinois, that also has a little bit of a hail core going on. There she is. So that's something to pay attention to. Looking back up to our Wisconsin tornado warning, this is headed towards Green Lake. So for Fond du Lac and Green Lake counties in Wisconsin, if you're in this tornado warning, if you're in Ripon, you got to be taking this one seriously. Make sure that you are prepared for a possible tornado. Green Lake as well. It's headed right your way. Not seeing any indication that we would have a tornado on the ground at this moment, but this storm is most certainly capable of producing a tornado. So you got to take this one seriously. Jumping back to Northeast Colorado, let's take another look-see here. As we are continuing to downtrend, that warning chime that you just heard was this warning being shrunken down a little bit. Yeah, it definitely, I don't know. It's downtrended from what it was, I can tell you that much. Over the last 2 scans, maybe it's starting to try and get its act back together again. Prefrontal supercell in Algonquin, Illinois. Okay. I don't really know where that is. I'm going to guess, though. I don't think this is the one you're talking about. Oh, that one. Probably this one. Out here near Huntley. As we've definitely got some... Is this moving backwards? Hang on. No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, this one is just northwest of Chicago. So getting into the suburbs of Chicago here. We've had a supercell form out ahead of our Boeing structure. Essentially probably formed off the outflow associated with this Boeing structure. So we could easily be seeing this storm become tornadic over the next couple of minutes. Man, watch that thing wrap up. Woo! So this is going back in time. And this is going forward in time. And you can see that velocity couplet. I mean, there it is, right over Huntley. So if you're in Huntley, you got to be taking this one. Whoa, don't do that. If you're in Huntley, you got to be taking this one pretty seriously. There's no tornado warning, no severe thunderstorm warning on it yet, but there could be one and probably will be one soon. Also, a little bit of a hail core developing on that. Nothing impressive, though. Our tornado warning in Morgan, Colorado has just been updated. So they just shrunk it down a little bit. They have maintained it for now. As it looks like maybe that rotation has... I don't know. It's not impressive to me at all. This looks like a nothing burger just south of Fort Morgan. It's fine to play it safe rather than sorry. Still has a monstrous hail core either way. This thing could be dropping baseballs out of it as well. And we've already seen baseball-sized hail earlier today. In fact, this is tagged for baseball-sized hail now. So that would make sense. Near Marino, things were looking like they were downtrending a bit. It's not looking terrible, though. It's still there. The warning is still worthwhile to have. But down here near Huntley, they did just go ahead and issue a broad severe thunderstorm warning encompassing this entire line of thunderstorms, where you have multiple supercells trying to do their thing. None of them are going to be able to get going due to the cluster of thunderstorms behind it. So none of these are going to be able to do anything up here. Too much precipitation. But this one has just enough clean air where we could see it survive for another 5 to 10 minutes before the cluster of thunderstorms smashes it from behind. Pause. As that could easily destroy it. We are looking at about 4,200 feet in the air here. So, but I'm not seeing any kind of a CC drop that would be indicative. Someone says from the Chicago radar. Okay. Let's look from the Chicago radar. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that would indicate to me that we have a tornado on the ground there by any stretch. Regardless, though, we do. Oops. This is still a concerning supercell for sure. That's got some pretty good rotation going on here. This is around 4,200 feet from the Chicago radar. We are looking at around 3,000 feet. Okay. Let's look from there. So slightly lower level rotation, and you can see it's still there. That rotation, absolutely still there. So it's got that clean inflow. Nothing's behind, or nothing's out ahead of it. I mean, literally nothing. Its only threat is the storms from behind, hitting it in the back, which could act as a nudger, briefly increasing its potential to put down a tornado. Actually, Brazil's second goal was waved off, I think, for offsides, by the way. That was a while ago, but they were only up 1-0 over Scotland at this point still. Yeah, we could easily see a tornado warning come out of this near Huntley. I'm sure there's storm spotters near it. Yeah, and there's all sorts of folks that live up near Chicago. So lots of folks out in that area right now. Going back over to Colorado. Possibly trying to recycle south of Fort Morgan. Again, I'm not convinced of anything with this cell at all. And then the one up near Marino is still just doing its thing. It's not looking insane. It's had a really, really impressive, fast mid-level rotation, but it has been broad. Down in southern Colorado, I can click on the right radar. Down near Trinidad and Starkville, Colorado. Still a pretty significant hail producer here. Also tagged with 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So we did have 1-inch hail reported near Cokedale. And that was 7 minutes ago. Let's go ahead and look at our Green Lake tornado warning again. We haven't looked there in a little while. It looks like that has broadened out a decent bit. But it still has that inflow, and the rotation's still there. We could still get a tornado with this near Green Lake. So that would be up in this area. Or more specifically, I can put a better circle on the map. More concerning right over here, just northwest of Green Lake. And headed down towards a Ripon. Or Ripon. Or Ripon. I don't know. I think Ripon makes the most sense to me personally. All right. Taking another look at our Huntley cell, our humble little friend out here. Still got that inflow, still got that rotation. It's not super strong, but it's there. I mean, that one is definitely interesting, to say the very least. Just west of it, not really that concerning over there. We have so much convection going on just all over the place. I mean, we're just printing out cells. None of them look particularly concerning, but all sorts of convection that we have to keep an eye on, as the environment is decently favorable. Yeah. Out near Marino, that mid-level rotation is still honestly it's getting a little stronger now, but it is also getting more broad at the same time. So, kind of a strange situation up there north of Akron, and that is out for Morgan and Washington counties. And then the one that's just tied to Morgan County is possibly trying to get itself going again with that morphology. It's still tagged for baseball-sized hail. All right, looking down at our storm in Oklahoma, they just have two warning polygons on the same storm for some reason. One of them is about to expire, so that would be why. So they did just issue a new one for that same storm, which is going to last another 46 minutes. In Arizona, we still have this flash flood warning going on from that mostly stationary storm that is actually shifted just slightly out of the area, I believe. These air mass thunderstorms going on down there in Arizona. Our severe thunderstorm warnings in New Mexico have all been lifted, as have our severe thunderstorm warnings in Nevada and Utah. So we are down to just kind of our usual suspects here. We just have this guy going on in Wyoming, which doesn't look very threatening. Could be a hail producer though, which is it's tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and general hail risk there, inch hail. So your baseline severe thunderstorm warning on that guy. What is going on with this thing? This has just been a very odd sell. Very odd. But the rotation's definitely still there. And this is just kind of due south of Marino is where I'm mostly concerned. It would be down here. You could also see it here too, but it's so broad is the thing. Like the winds are really impressive in terms of their magnitude, but the couplet is pretty broad. It's not like condensed down. It's not tight enough. Back in Wisconsin near Green Lake, could have a little bit of a hail core going on here. It's not very impressive. It is tagged for some pretty big time winds though, as it is sustaining some solid winds for sure. It's tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And we could also see a, oh my gosh, Haiti is beating Morocco 2-1. What is happening? That is more concerning than the tornadoes. That is insane. Cool. Anyway, let's go back up to Green Bay. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for the entire Green Bay area. This one is for 1 knot wind gusts. It's tagged for hail, half dollar size hail. But funnily, it's tagged kind of mistakenly for 1 knot wind gusts. Out in Washington County, we have seen that tornado warning get condensed a bit, so it is no longer including whatever county it was in before. Was it Logan County? Is that what it was? It is now just including, we just have Morgan County south of Fort Morgan, and then Washington County are the only ones included now in this warning. Where it's definitely tightening up again. I mean, it's 100% tightening back up. So we could definitely see a tornado get going northwest of Akron. Man. Sometimes I'm just out here pushing buttons. All right, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that has been slapped onto our Huntley supercell area, which is still kicking, by the way. Earthquake of a magnitude 6.5 to 7.3 just happened in Japan. What is with all the earthquakes going on? Is like the world about to end or something? What's happening? If the New Madrid fault breaks, I'm cooked. I will lose power here. Most likely, at least. St. Louis, all sorts of areas would probably lose power. Yeah, still seeing some rotation on this Huntley cell. I mean, you can see the hook morphology forming. So that one's definitely concerning. Plenty of storm spotters on it, or at least near it. Could call it in if there is a funnel cloud or anything. Apparently, this was a 6.9 magnitude earthquake. Okay, we just got another tornado warning in Wisconsin. I think this is this is the cell just to the west of it, which I wasn't paying attention to. I guess I definitely should have been. Near Montello, we have some rotation, and this is southwest of Germania, southeast of Westfield. So this one's going to encompass Green Lake and Marquette counties in Wisconsin here. So 2 different tornado warnings going on in Wisconsin. And again, we have 2 tornado warnings still going on in Colorado for Morgan and Washington counties as well. The Morgan County one not looking threatening to me at all for the time being anyway. And the Washington County one is looking somewhat threatening, though it did just weaken slightly on the latest scan. Just slightly. We did just get a flash flood warning in Oklahoma for that storm that hasn't really moved much. It's kind of just sat there for quite some time. It does have a little bit of rotation at the mid levels. We're looking at 9,000, higher than 9,000 feet here. Torrential rainfall is occurring with these storms. Definitely don't drive through flooded roadways. It is never, ever worth it, as Brazil has scored again. So it is now officially 2-0 this time, I think. Yeah. All right. Latest scan, the one near Montello is looking a little bit more threatening. It's tightened up, so we could definitely see a tornado near Montello soon. So if you're in Green Lake or Marquette counties, you definitely need to be in a basement of some kind. The storm that's headed towards Ripon is still also threatening. It's just a little bit more broad. Still have a few minutes left on the considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning on that cell. All right, let's look at our little Huntley supercell thing going on here, as that rotation still looks, man, it looks even tighter now. So we could easily see a tornado get going here, just north of Gilbert's. I'm pretty surprised this isn't tornado warned, to be honest with you. I mean, they must have a visual on it, and they know that there isn't a funnel cloud lowering at the moment. That's the only thing that would make a lot of sense to me. Because radar indication-wise, that one definitely looks like I would tornado warn it. Of course, I'm not the National Weather Service, but still got a hail core going as well. It's nothing crazy, but it is throwing some large targets, like 25,000 feet in the air, which is no small feat. Pun not intended there. That was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Back to Northeast Colorado. Here we go. Rotation broadening out. Good news. Okay, so that is good. It looks like our tornado threat in Colorado is much smaller for the time being. Now, the rotation has broadened out, but we could see something still get going in this area. Oh, okay. Latest velocity scan said, nah, you're good, dude. As things do look like they are significantly calmed down with these two storms out here. We still have our two tornadic thunderstorms in Wisconsin here. Out in Green Lake, that rotation doesn't look super concerning anymore. This is just over 5,000 feet. Guess it kind of depends slightly what radar you look from as well. All sorts of business going on here. As one of those Colorado warnings, the one for Morgan County in Colorado was just lifted. So we're down to one tornado warning out there. And then our storm moving out of Huntley is looking even better now. And it's about to get smacked with a nudger. So, yeah, this might be the most concerning looking storm on the map for me right this second. So here we are. That is like, what am I even doing? There we go. Much better. So, yeah, this is out here in the northwest suburbs of Chicago. Near Lake in the Hills, Algonquin, Carpentersville, Gilbert's, West Dundee. Definitely a concerning one. We'll go back to Washington County, Colorado, just to show you that Morgan County, Colorado has been lifted, that tornado warning. As that cell is significantly weaker now. It doesn't even have that hail core going anymore. So probably looks like it snowed out near Fort Morgan with all that hail. The tornado warning is south of Merino and north of Akron is still alive for now. But it is not looking very threatening at all. That rotation is extremely broad. You could still see some business get going right there. We do have two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay, that's because we just got a downstream considerable that was just put on. So this is now going to include Fond du Lac and Green Lake counties, as well as Marquette County. So a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning here that's going to last for another hour for 70-mile-per-hour winds and $half sized hail. We still have two tornado warnings associated with this pair of cells as well, where things are looking not bad for both of them. So we could easily see a supercell, or a tornado pop out of either of these storms. So if you're in those tornado warning polygons, these are for Green Lake, Marquette, and Fond du Lac counties in Wisconsin. You got to be taking it seriously and in a basement. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning down in New Mexico. This is going to be for Colfax County. So this is near Raton and Hebron, just northeast of Kohler. So it's got 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail going on there. And our Washington County, Colorado tornado warning was just lifted. So we have no tornado warnings in Colorado right now. We do still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning there for 2.5-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that's tennis ball size hail. Very, very large hail. The potential for some of the large to even giant hail is really going to stretch all throughout this area. That might be slightly too broad. Maybe more like this type of area. Something like that. So plenty of risk left for hail tonight. Plenty of risk for tornadoes left tonight as well. As I can go ahead and let's just take a look at everything for the day. Here's a categorical outlook that we have right now on the map. Here's our tornado outlook, where you can see we've got this 5% region out here near the tri-state region of Nebraska, Wyoming, and Colorado. And then we have a pair of 2% regions, one down in southeast Oklahoma, and then another one throughout the Midwest, all the way from Indiana and even southwestern Michigan, the lower peninsula, and then back through northern Illinois and into Wisconsin. Looking at our wind risk, a little bit more wide scale. Out in the Great Basin over here in Utah and Nevada, we're definitely looking at the risk for some of those downbursting type of storms that can produce some damaging winds. And then out in the Central Plains, the high plains, we are looking at the possibility for widespread wind damage as well, especially if anything becomes more linear. Same thing going on up in the Midwest. We're seeing some of those MCS systems develop, those clusters of thunderstorms, like the one near Green Lake, Wisconsin right now. And those are the types of cells where that wind risk becomes a little bit more prevalent than anything else. And then looking at our hail risk, this is one of our biggest concerns on the night, is we do have this double hatched region where we could see giant hail. It's a 30% risk of hail in that area. So that's for southeast Wyoming and northeast Colorado and back through western Nebraska, through the Nebraska Panhandle or the Iron Handle. All right. We got another considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So this one is going to be out ahead of our cell that we have been watching closely, which is now near West Dundee and is starting to get nudged in the back. So we need to watch this one very, very closely here. As that RFD basically could get forced out this direction. Whoa, not like that. Hang on a minute. It could get forced out this direction, occluding that inflow, pinching it off like putting your thumb over a garden hose. And then that inflow has to speed up through this little pocket right here. I'll draw it in blue. This little pocket right here, it's got to speed up through that little pocket because the pocket gets smaller. And then your updraft gets stronger all of a sudden for a short period of time. You can get a brief tornado associated with those. Sometimes you can get a long tornado as well, but the atmosphere tonight is not very conducive for any type of long tracked or strong tornadoes. It's not completely outside of the realm of possibility, though. All right, let's go back up to our pair of tornado warning polygons up near Green Lake. Both still looking threatening here. The one near Montello is definitely broadened out and weakened. I'm not really thinking that one's very tornadic at this current moment. And then the one over Green Lake and near Ripon as well. Neither of them are really looking that great to me. I guess it depends what radar you were looking from. Near Montello from Where am I looking from? From the Milwaukee radar, looks a lot better. Still not super tight. Or super fast, I should say. These velocities are low. It is pretty tight. The velocities are a little quicker near Green Lake, but it's not quite as tight. Lots of limiting factors with this pair of supercells up here. In Wisconsin, okay. Let's go back to the northwestern Chicago suburbs and check in on this guy, which has been interesting to watch. We're going to see for sure in a short period of time if this nudger is going to kill it or if it's going to wrap up and produce a quick tornado here near Gilbert's, West Dundee, and Carpentersville. Yeah, it's not looking super concerning, but it's definitely possible that we get something out of that. Near Lindenwood, Illinois, we've got a little bit of rotation going on where we could see things try to get established. Out in Wyoming, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning going on. I think that this might be the same cell from earlier. Nah, it's just in a similar area, it appears. Okay. Definitely a hail producer at the very least north of Wheatland in Wyoming. So this one's going to be out here for Goshen and Platte counties in Wyoming. And again, this is in the area where we are significantly concerned about large hail. It's really all through. Why am I using blue? It's really all throughout like this entire area is where some of our greatest concern lies for that large to very large hail. And then also really through here is where our greatest tornado risk is as well. So the state capital of Wyoming, Cheyenne, is definitely within that area of concern. As things are looking still possible near Green Lake, Fairwater, Ripon, Brandon, out here in Wisconsin. Again, Green Lake, Marquette, and Fond du Lac counties. As the Montello storm looks like its inflow got mostly cut off, so that one doesn't look really that concerning now. This one definitely still is. Green Lake, Fairwater, Brandon, Ripon, southwest of Rosendale, north and northwest of Waupun, and west of Fond du Lac. Which is a much larger town than I thought it was, to be honest with you. Sheboygan. Shout out Sheboygan. All right. Let's go back to Illinois once again and see if there's another scan here on West Dundee. There is, and it looks like we are tightening up. So they may issue a tornado warning for this now after this latest scan where things are tightening up near West Dundee and just west of Carpentersville. This is a very densely populated area, so it's natural that the National Weather Service is going to be hesitant to issue a tornado warning for this storm. With those super populated areas, you never want to be the boy who cried wolf type of thing. This zooming in and out is like actually messing with my head. I don't know why. It looks like it's spinning when I zoom in closer. I don't know what that's about. I'm probably giving everybody on here an aneurysm looking at that. I apologize. But again, this is near Carpentersville and West Dundee. I wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning slapped on this here. Our only 2 tornado warnings on the map, however, are up in Wisconsin, where our tornado warning near Montello and Marquette. Kingston is not looking quite as concerning north of Dalton. The more concerning one is near Green Lake, especially southeast of Green Lake, near Ripon, Fairwater, and Brandon. So Fond du Lac and Green Lake counties is where my biggest concern is. Marquette County also still included in a tornado warning for the time being. And it's still possible. You can't rule it out. You can't listen to some genius like me on the internet. You should always listen to the National Weather Service. They have a lot of things that we don't. All sorts of cameras, all sorts of extra minds, other opinions, especially, is one of the most important things they have. And tons of experience, obviously. All right. Near West Dundee and Carpentersville. Still there. Still there. I was about to say, I'm very curious to see what the next scan looks like. And unfortunately, well, we have it for our reflectivity. We don't have it for, and they did tornado warn it. Okay, so there we go. We've got another tornado warning. This is going to be for Cook and Kane counties, the storm that we've been closely watching here. And it makes sense. That next velocity scan is looking good as well. I assume that they had this tornado warning prepped and they were waiting for that next scan to come in. And if it was continuing to uptrend, they were going to hit enter and issue that warning, which they have done. So we've got a tornado warning here for West Dundee, Carpentersville, headed towards South Barrington. This is the northwest suburbs of Chicago, so a very, very populated region. So we're going to watch this one very, very closely here. Yeah, definitely a pretty concerning one. It's not the largest polygon in the world, which makes sense. You don't want to encompass a bunch of people. All right, back to Wisconsin. We still have these 2 tornado warnings. Looks like we've gotten a scan or 2 since then. The rotation just west of Marquette is a little bit better now than it was a few scans ago. Oh, maybe not. Well, it's still kind of there. Near Fairwater and Brandon, though, definitely still concerning with the risk of a tornado here in the near future. So this is out here for Green Lake, Marquette, and Fond du Lac counties. Okay. Let's see if we got a new scan down here in Illinois for Cook and Kane counties. Northwestern Chicago suburbs here is what we're looking at. We have not gotten a new scan yet, but I think we will in just a second. We are downloading the next update now. So we'll see. We're looking pretty low in the atmosphere, by the way. We're pretty close to the Chicago radar. This is only 2,300 feet in the air, so pretty low level rotation. We could easily see any type of debris get lofted if there was any. All right, we got another tornado warning and extension, I believe, out here for Dodge, Fond du Lac, and Green Lake counties. Yeah, so a new extension has been issued. So this one's basically going to be extended to include Waupun, which makes sense. You want to have a good lead time when you have such a populated area like that. So this storm, still capable of producing a tornado, is headed to, it's in Fairwater and like near Brandon, headed towards Alto and Waupun. So this is down here for Dodge, Fond du Lac, and Green Lake counties in Wisconsin. Jumping back to Illinois, still near West Dundee. Latest radar scan doesn't look quite as tight, I believe. Yeah, it's not quite as tight. It's still pretty much there. It hasn't really changed that much. We could still easily see a tornado come out of this. In fact, we might be seeing a tornado out of this right now near Sleepy Hollow, just west of West Dundee. I don't think so, but it's possible. That looks like this little CC area is too far west. But you do have some larger DBZ values there. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is probably not a tornado on the ground, but it's possible. We'll see what the National Weather Service has to say about it, if they radar confirm it or not. Regardless, this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This whole line is tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch hail. And that is for Cook, Lake, DeKalb, Kane, and McHenry counties in Illinois. And they did just go ahead and lower this one from considerable. Probably still got some hail going on here with our supercell, our embedded supercell in this line of storms near Carpenterville. Probably some hail going on, nothing crazy. Out near Esmond is beginning to catch my fancy. Just southeast of Lindenwood, southwest of Kirkland, and west of Sycamore and DeKalb. So this is out here in Illinois as well, where we could certainly be seeing a little bit of a supercell developing that could become tornadic. I know we haven't taken a trip out to Colorado in a while. Let's see what's going on there. We still have a 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gust tagged considerable severe thunderstorm up there, as 2 of our tornado warnings in Wisconsin were just lifted. So the Marquette storm is no longer tornado warned, and they got rid of the old tornado warning for the Fairwater, Brandon, and Waupun storm. So we are headed now with just 1 tornado warning headed towards Waupun here in Wisconsin. And then our only other tornado warning is in Illinois, where we're looking at West Dundee, so the northwest suburbs of Chicago, still with a pretty tight couplet here. And we're looking, again, at the low levels. This is 2,300 feet in the air. So we're going to keep watching this one. Okay. Hey, yo, Adrian. This is northwest of Chicago, my guy. This tornado warning. Yeah, this is still looking pretty concerning here. So West Dundee, Carpentersville, South Barrington, definitely a threatening cell that could produce a tornado at any time. So if you're in the path of this storm, again, this is out here in Cook and Kane counties in Illinois. So if you're out there, definitely make sure that you are putting yourself in a safe position. Interior-most room of a sturdy structure, a basement if you got one, a storm shelter if you got one. We actually do have a tornado possible tag on this considerable severe thunderstorm warning out here in Illinois. So this one is for DeKalb County. So it's going to include Esmond, Kirkland, Kingston, Genoa, DeKalb, Sycamore, Cortland. And this tornado, or excuse me, this supercell has definitely got some rotation going. And it looks like it could be a tornado producer with a little bit more time. This is still the most concerning storm on the map to me, though, at the moment. So this is at West Dundee, just south of Carpentersville. Okay. I'm glad I checked in down here, because what is going on down here? So we again have anticyclonic rotation that's pretty strong. Oh, never mind. It's gone. A lot of those anticyclonic rotation pockets do not last long. So that storm's about done with anything over there right now, anyway. Whoa. Okay. So this is now looking a bit scarier. South of Carpentersville, near West Dundee, Sleepy Hollow, north of Elgin. This is definitely looking a little bit more concerning here. We could definitely see a tornado come out of this one not long from now. So this is out in Cook and Kane counties, northwest of Chicago. We're in the suburbs out here. We are making it into the suburbs with this one. Yeah, I don't like that one. Let's check in on what's going on in Washington. They issued a downstream severe thunderstorm warning for this storm near Akron, Plattner. It's just tagged for 1.25 inch hail, 6 mile per hour winds. So this one's really starting to fall off a bit. We are having some other convection starting to fire off in this area, which is where our greatest concern is going to be for that large to very large hail, potentially even giant hail, as well as tornadoes. In New Mexico, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's for the same cell that was warned earlier near Raton. This one is tagged for 6 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail. Out in Wyoming, we also have a warning on the same cell that was warned earlier there as well. So this one's just near Wheatland, and it looks like this one could be a pretty big time hail producer. There's definitely a hail spike coming out of this guy. So if you are in the path of this one, prepare for some hail. But yeah, definitely this is that spike I'm talking about. 3-body scatter hail spike is what that is. We can take a little 3D visual on this hail core. We can't really see the top of it. We can only see the middle. I mean, we can't see the bottom of it. We can only see the middle to the top. But you can see some of those silvers and grays sneaking in there at the bottom. Right in there. It's really difficult to see, but it's there. There it is. That shows it a little better. So yeah, definitely a hail producer out there in Wyoming. Back in Cook and Kane counties in Illinois, we're still looking at a possible tornado threat. We have a tornado warning in place. And a cell that looks, its radar presentation is definitely threatening looking. No indication that we would have a tornado at this current moment, though. And then headed towards Waupun in Wisconsin. That rotation does look to be possibly weakening and broadening out, which would be great news. It's headed right towards the city. That is one we will have to continue to watch as well. That tornado warning has just been shrunken down a little bit. So it was last confirmed as them wanting to keep this tornado warning 1 minute ago. So still an active tornado warning here. And that at the top of your screen right now, what you're seeing was that update on the Cook County and Kane County tornado warning that we're looking at that was shrunken down a little bit. Very, very small tornado warning polygon. Not sure what that ringing came from. Not seeing any pop up. All right. A little bit of precipitation clutter is starting to form here. So if that continues to trend up and we see more of that, it could definitely limit this storm's ability to try and produce a tornado. Brazil have just scored again, so it is now 3-zipper. Let's go back to the Wisconsin storm. Headed into Waupun. Still tornado warned, still threatening. Slightly more broad than it was earlier, but still threatening right near Alto, where we could easily have a tornado get put down there, headed right towards Waupun. All right, Adrian, you don't gotta flame me like that. Yeah, not the most robust severe weather setup tonight, and it looks like things are not coming together amazingly, but there's still a lot of time left. We've still got probably another hour and a half before things would even begin to start calming down a little bit. And we are expecting the tornado potential to ramp up a little bit later this evening as well, especially as the low-level jet begins to get introduced into the equation. Yeah, I definitely think things might start to peak out a little bit around 8 p.m. and then probably pretty rapidly disintegrate after that. So we will keep watching. I'm on my other monitor really quick. I am looking at some updated model runs here. I'm not going to get into depth on it, but yeah, various guidance showing things peaking around 8 or 9 p.m. and then steeply falling off after that. So still plenty of time for things to get going, and I'm sure they will later tonight. So if you're in any of those areas of concern, definitely make sure that you are staying weather aware tonight and have multiple ways to receive alerts so that if a damaging storm is headed towards your location, you will be able to stay safe. That is always the number one priority. As we have had more precipitation start to clutter up this inflow over here. This is quite the bizarre tornado warning and storm in general. So this is out here near Hoffman Estates, Schaumburg or Schaumburg, Streamwood, Elgin, South Elgin, north of Bartlett, and just east of West Dundee down the highway. What a strange. Whoa. Okay, things got a little messier. So I think the tornado risk is definitely going to begin to disintegrate with this storm, from the looks of it at least. We're getting a lot of precipitation introduced into the inflow region, and that's most likely going to kind of kill it off here, or at least start to kill it off. Now we could still see it recycle right near Steamwood, which actually I think that's what's happening. Yeah, that is kind of what's happening. Okay, so it is kind of trying to recycle right near Steamwood. So take back what I said. I take it back. Still one we need to pay attention to right near Streamwood, excuse me. Okay. We're going to take a look back in Wisconsin. Again, we're in Dodge, Fond du Lac, and Green Lake counties is where our current tornado warning is in Wisconsin. In fact, our only tornado warning in Wisconsin. For right this second, anyway. It does look like this thing's kind of getting a hail core going here. So some possible hail going on. This warning is tagged for 1.5 inch hail. So, yeah. And this warning has actually just been shrunken down just a tiny bit. As has our warning in Illinois, which has been shrunken down to just Cook County now. So it's a very small warning, but it's still there. And yeah, especially kind of right near Streamwood. Oh, man. All right. So near Steamwood, things are still spinning. Still a spinning. We have had another update issued on our Dodge in Fond du Lac County warning in Wisconsin here, as it has been shrunken down even a little bit more. So this one's just about to enter Waupun at this point, and it still could produce a tornado at any moment. The rotation is slightly weak, slightly broad. Interesting here. At the low levels, that rotation is still there near Streamwood. It's just when it's going perfectly. Okay, I see what's going on. But strong rotation still present at the low levels. We're looking at 800, 900 feet here. So the rotation is still there for sure. And again, we are in the northwest suburbs of Chicago right now. Looking at this tornado-warned cell that has been ingested into a line, which is now starting to form a Boeing segment. So it'll be blowing right through a lot of areas in the suburbs of Chicago. Let's go ahead and jump back out to Washington County, Colorado, and see what's going on near Akron, as this storm is still kind of looks to be weakening to me. It has kind of gotten its act back together. It's a lot weaker than it was a little while back. So worth paying attention to here and there. This other cell that has been firing off up here in the like along the border of the Nebraska Panhandle is in a favorable environment that hasn't been touched yet. So that's one we need to pay attention to as well. And then finally, some of these cells out in Wyoming could easily be some large hail producers. So we need to pay attention to those. We're going to continue to monitor everything here over the next maybe 2 hours or so. We'll see how late we end up going tonight. Yeah, rotation weakening near Waupun. It's still there, it's just weak. So that is good news. And we do have this 1.5 inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds for this large severe thunderstorm, considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Cook, DuPage, and Kane counties here in Colorado. So that's where this storm is headed. You're in that white box. And I can disable radar for a second here and show you. There's Chicago. So this is, just west of Chicago. This tornado warning is probably going to be lifted any second here, as the area of rotation is really moved just outside of the polygon. And they may issue another tornado warning for areas like Hanover Park. We shall see. I'm sure we'll find out within a couple of seconds here. I'm muted? Wait, what? What do you mean I'm muted? You're lying. Chat, is he mute? Oh, what do you mean? I'm not muted. We are still balling. And again, they could still issue another warning just north of Hanover Park they're issuing pretty small warning polygons because of how densely populated this area is. I could still see another warning that looks something like this get put up on the map, but no official warning right now. And the tornado warning that is on the map in Illinois is definitely going to fall off here within a couple of seconds or minutes, as the rotation has definitely moved out of that area. But that is still for Cook County. And then back in Dodge and Fond du Lac counties in Wisconsin, we still have that very broad, weak area of rotation going through Waupun. I don't really think this is one that's going to put down a tornado right this second. And yeah, out in Wyoming, we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning for Carbon County. I'm guessing that this just hasn't shown up on the map yet. Otherwise, it would be going from the Cheyenne radar. I don't know. But looking from the Cheyenne radar, these are some of these storms I was talking about before. Any of them that can get going would definitely pose the threat for that large to very large hail. And any of them that move out a little further east into this area could be more concerning for tornadoes, especially anything that goes out this direction, for me anyway. That's where my personal greatest concern for tornadoes is. But with the Storm Prediction Center's outlook, I can show that again. For the Storm Prediction Center's outlook, they are focused more into the Wyoming region than I. Okay, so essentially here, what I'm trying to say is that I think the threat is greatest really over here. So very, very close to what they have on the map. But again, this was also issued this morning. So there's that. Our Illinois tornado warning was lifted. So we no longer have a tornado warning in Illinois for at least the moment. That rotation is still there, without a doubt, at the low levels. We're looking at 700 feet in the air here. So rotation's still there. We could see a new tornado warning put in place, but right now we have no tornado warning in Illinois. And then we still have a tornado warning in place for Fond du Lac and Dodge counties in Wisconsin. Right over Waupun right now. But that's very broad rotation and not something that I'm particularly concerned about. And at the top of your screen, you're seeing that update right now for that Cook County, Illinois tornado warning polygon being lifted off the map. So no more tornado warning in Illinois for the time being. We hustle, we grind. All right. All right, we're going to go ahead and check back in on our storm in the suburbs of Chicago here. And again, the low levels are still spinning. I would not be surprised to see a tornado warning put here. It's just it doesn't have the greatest inflow. Yeah. I don't know. It wouldn't shock me. It would not shock me by any stretch. Not a whole lot of crazy business going on around the map right now. We actually did just get a severe thunderstorm warning in Nevada a little bit ago. So this one is kind of out in the middle of nowhere, far north of Vegas. And it is tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and an inch hail. Nothing crazy with those. Nothing crazy at all. Down in New Mexico and for Colfax County, we're still seeing the same storm near Raton, and we do have a flash flood warning now in place there as well. We have seen between 1 and 2 inches of rain in the last hour in that area. Okay. Okay. Back into Wisconsin, where our only tornado warning on the map is right this second. Still a little bit of a hail core, nothing crazy. Probably some small hail coming out of that one. Maybe like an inch and a half. I mean, I wouldn't call that small, but like up to an inch and a half. They do have it tagged for an inch and a quarter in 60-mile-per-hour winds. The old warning was tagged for an inch and a half, so. And the tornado warning polygon is tagged for an inch and a half. Again, that rotation, it's there. It's just broad and not very impressive near Waupun. This is not the type where I'm sitting here thinking it's definitely going to put down a tornado by any stretch. Though, obviously, it most certainly cannot be ruled out. And this is for Dodge and Fond du Lac counties here in Wisconsin. And then down in Illinois, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning still on this little Boeing line, which is tornado possible tagged. It's also tagged for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts that have been observed, actually. At 6:36 p.m., so that was 9 minutes ago, there is widespread tree damage reported in Bartlett. So Bartlett is right here. Giant useless arrow. Yeah, Bartlett is there. So we've seen some widespread damage there in Bartlett. We still have more warnings getting placed out in Wyoming as things are starting to ramp up just a little bit. Not seeing anything in Utah. Plenty of little thunderstorms and convection going on. A couple of boundaries set up. Again, everything out in this area is going to be somewhat elevated. Although this storm is quite low. I will say that. So that is intriguing. Back to Wisconsin again. This is our only tornado warning on the map for the time being. I will say that rotation has tightened up just a little bit right at the leading edge here. So right here, we could see a little something try to get going. Interesting. Yeah, so we've definitely, again, it's, oh, okay, we got a new scan. Let's take a look-see. I mean, yeah, it's tightened up a little bit here at the leading edge. This is just southeast of Waupun. All right, we're going to check in on our storm down in Chicago. This is now near Bloomingdale, where it's quite messy. Yeah, it looks like that tornado threat is a decent bit lower now, which is fantastic news. Looks like it's going to begin to become more outflow dominant, which would be good. The straight line wind damage threat would increase, though. This thing could definitely be producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. And it is tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So, yeah. Large portions of the greater Chicago area could be experiencing some 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds coming your way over the next hour or so. So you got to pay attention to that if you're up there in Chicago. Okay, we did just get a tornado warning out in Logan County, Colorado. So this is one of those storms near the border, near the Nebraska panhandle that we were looking at briefly a bit ago. I said we needed to watch. I should have taken a closer look, as we do now have a tornado warning in place there. This is also tagged for baseball-sized hail. It is in a radar hole, so this is near Proctor, Crook, Sedgwick. Eventually headed all the way up towards Chapel or Chappelle, and Lodgepole. It'll cross the border into Nebraska eventually here. So we do have another tornado warning here in place, Logan County, Colorado. So 2 tornado warnings on the map. One in Wisconsin that is getting close to its expiration. It's got 9 minutes remaining. And it doesn't look very impressive. So we'll see what happens with it. And then we also have out in Logan County, Colorado now, another tornado warning. And this one is near Proctor and Crook. All right. So this hail core over here in northeastern Colorado, right near the Nebraska border, is, again, we're looking pretty high up. We can't get the lowest parts of this because we're in a radar hole, but it's there. It's definitely a hail producer, and it's tagged for baseball-sized hail for good reason. We did just get a new tornado warning placed for Dodge County in Wisconsin. So this is an extension of the same warning that we've had. So this is now the 3rd tornado warning polygon that's been placed ahead of this storm. As far as I know, nothing has been reported on this storm. Interesting. But this is now towards Kikoski, Mayville, Horicon, Iron Ridge, and Burnett. Even Teresa as well. Out here in Dodge County, Wisconsin. So if you're anywhere in this polygon, you got to make sure you're getting yourself to a safe location. I am seeing video now of the cell in Chicago from not terribly long ago that was producing a funnel cloud. That cell looks like it's completely done now, though, with any type of tornado risk. It's becoming completely outflow dominant, which is good news. So we have 2 tornado warnings on the map, one in Wisconsin, the extension that we've been watching. And that's coming out of Waupun and headed towards Mayville and Horicon and Jeannot. Then we have another tornado warning in Logan County, Colorado. And this one is headed right up the highway towards Proctor, Crook, and Sedgwick. Coming out of Proctor right now, Colorado. Okay. We do still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I'm surprised it hasn't been lifted, to be honest with you. This is also in North. Okay, it's got 5 minutes left, so it's probably going to be allowed to expire. The last time they updated it was like 20 minutes ago almost. So not a very concerning one. And that's Washington County, Colorado. We do still have this large, considerable severe thunderstorm warning here for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And I would expect that this 70-mile-per-hour wind threat could even go up to potentially an 80-mile-per-hour wind threat as it gets towards Chicago. Now, the friction associated with all the structures there could slow things down a little bit on it. As hold your horses for a second here. What's going on with some of these storms? Near Grand Ridge, possibly getting some rotation, maybe. Trying to go near Grand Ridge. Another one near Ohio, good Lord, Illinois. As that one looks like it's trying to wrap up a little bit, but the rotation looks very, very weak and broad. And of course, we're still monitoring out, well, not that one. Out here northwest of Milwaukee, near Mayville and Burnett and Horicon and Jeannot in Wisconsin, where we still have a tornado warning in place. Down in New Mexico, we do have a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings that have been slapped on the map now. All of these are going to be wind producers. This one's tagged for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This one's tagged for the same, and this one's tagged for the same. So this is going to include DeBaca, Chavez, and Colfax, and San Miguel counties in New Mexico. So all 4 of these counties here, where this one is... You can see those echo tops, but the reflectivity isn't showing anything because these storms are so elevated. So you have to go up in the tilt angles to see those storms. All right, let's go back to Logan County, Colorado here, where we are really in a radar hole at this point. There's no good picture that we can get on this storm. We really need another radar, like in Julesburg or something. There are probably somewhere between 5 and 10 areas that really need a radar throughout the U.S. We have so many radar holes, it's just not good. All right, that Logan County tornado warning polygon, we just watched it shrink a little bit. So that one's been updated. That's what you're seeing at the top of your screen there. Is that tornado warning has been shrunken down just a little bit. It does still have 32 minutes remaining on it. This thing's kind of crawling. This cell is not going anywhere fast, but it is moving slightly to the southeast. All right, checking back in on Wisconsin for Dodge County. Looks like this one might try to ramp back up again. We'll see. We'll continue to watch it. Right now, it's kind of just looks like a line, morphology-wise anyway. And then that storm coming through the Chicago area, just west of downtown Chicago. The winds on it at the low levels are still looking okay. There's a lot of ground clutter impacting the radar. So at around 1,000 feet, we are seeing sustained winds around close to 40 miles per hour. So at the surface, we could definitely be seeing wind gusts upwards of 50 to 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour. This is still tagged for 70 mile per hour winds as well for 16 more minutes. Yeah, near just northwest of Mayville, definitely looks like this storm might be trying to get going again to become a potential tornado producer. So we're going to continue to watch this one pretty closely. Out in Logan County, Colorado. Again, it's in a radar hole and we can't get a good picture on it. But that rotation is absolutely there. Again, this is upper level stuff. This is 16,000 feet in the air. But the rotation is there and strong, at least at 16,000 feet in the air, which doesn't really tell us much. This is such a mess. Oh, I clicked on the terminal radar. Yeah, it's so unfortunate when you have storms like this that are just um in these radar holes. It's just not ideal. You can't get a good picture on them. You don't know exactly what's happening. Can be scary situations. That's why storm chasers are needed. And we have a handful of them headed out to that storm right now, including Bryce Shelton, who's a pretty well-known name out there. Who else do I recognize? Edgar O'Neill is headed out that direction as well. Nobody's already on that storm. Christina Jones is the closest to it. Ryan Scall looks to be headed up that way as well. Yeah. I don't know if there's any other names that I recognize. Tanner Charles. And Adam Lucio is also going. Maybe they're all going. I'm pretty sure they're all going north. Anyway, not super relevant what they are doing. One of our Wisconsin warnings was lifted, so we are just left with the original polygon. That's the chime that you just heard. So that polygon is now gone, and we're left with just the one polygon. And this is now still headed towards Horicon and Mayville. All right, we're gonna go ahead and center on this warning for a quick second, as I got to take a very quick bio break, but I will be back in like just a second. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. We are back. Looks like I didn't miss anything. Still got a couple considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in Illinois. We got a downstream one put on this Grand Ridge storm that should be tornado possible tagged now. Nope, it's not. I don't know what I'm talking about, clearly. Actually, it's probably a good thing they didn't. The morphology definitely looks traditional supercell, but that inflow doesn't, these velocities aren't sticking out to you by any stretch. Good decision there from the National Weather Service office. That's why you can't jump to conclusions. But out here near Grand Ridge, regardless, tornado or not, this is still a cell that's producing some pretty large hail. So golf ball size hail coming out of this thing near Grand Ridge. Let's take a look at that hail core. As all those magentas getting up high into the atmosphere, as high as like 22,000 feet, it looks like. Impressive stuff. Okay, out in Logan County, back to Proctor and Crook. This is in Colorado here. Again, we're in such a radar hole. There's just no way to get a good picture on this thing, unfortunately. But a lot of chasers are headed up that way now. So we will continue to see what happens with that. And that's that update at the top of your screen there is that tornado warning that we're looking at on your screen right now, getting shrunken down just a little bit. All right, back to our cell up here in Dodge County, Wisconsin. It is coming right to Mayville. Excuse me. As it looks like it's trying to get itself going here right now. Just to the west of Kiskoki. Kekiski? No idea. To the west of that town, northwest of Mayville. As this one definitely is concerning, and we could see this one do something here soon, by the looks of it. Definitely a threatening one here. We did just get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska. So we do have a couple of supercells firing off out here. One is over here near Roscoe, which does have some broad rotation at the mid levels. And then this other one that's tagged for hail, near 2-inch hail. This one is west of Keystone and south of Lemoyne. And both of these are kind of centered around Ogallala. Or Ogallala, maybe. Yeah, definitely some rotation going on near Roscoe. So that's a potentially threatening supercell there. We're starting to see things ramp up a little bit in terms of our thunderstorm development. All sorts of severe storms popping up to the northwest of Cheyenne, Wyoming as well. Only 2 tornado warnings on the map right now. Dodge County, Wisconsin, headed towards Mayville. And then Logan County, Colorado, which is now coming from the Goodland radar as this thing just crawls around. I mean, this one's just kind of hovering along the highway, unfortunately, for folks that may be trying to travel in that area. And then out in Illinois, we do still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that should be going away any second now. But a severe thunderstorm warning going all the way through Chicago here and just south of Chicago, as this storm is going to bring some heavy rain and some very fast winds. It's Kikoski. Interesting. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate the help there. So that's Kikoski, which makes sense, to be honest with you. Kikoski. Yeah, I could be down with that. Sometimes I hear the pronunciation of some of these town names or even just people's names, and they're like, yeah, my name is so and so. And I'm like, no, it's not. Like, that's not how that's pronounced. I know it's your name. I know it's your city. Obviously, you choose how it's pronounced, but nah. Nope, I disagree. Sometimes that's just where we're at. What is this? We're getting some ground clutter here near Iron Ridge. Wonder if this is like some wind turbines or something. I'm not sure exactly what this is. It could be wind turbines causing some ground clutter out here. Oh, yeah. You can see the shadows. All those wind turbines. You see all those wind turbines? So for context, what I'm talking about is when I turn the radar back on, you'll see all these, it looks like rain. It's not rain. Those are wind turbines being hit by the radar. Kind of irrelevant. What is relevant is looking at Kikoski and Mayville, where we have a tornado warning, and looking at Logan County, Colorado, where we also have a tornado warning. Adrian saying there's a nice bounded weak echo region. I don't know how you're able to see that because this is a, oh, okay. I guess that's how. This is just kind of a radar hole mess, but yeah, you can see the bounded weak echo region right here. So essentially what that is you have this area of lower DBZ targets, that's your greens in there, that is surrounded on all three sides, over here, and over here, by stronger targets. And that is indicative of a rear flank downdraft that has been established and pulled around your updraft. So oftentimes a storm that is definitely on the verge of being tornadic, if not already tornadic. Adrian says it's real evident on the Fort Morgan radar. So we'll try to look from there too. Why not? We got nothing better to do right now. Oh yeah. He's not playing around. That's a lot better looking right here. So this is a much better visual example of it here. It kind of looks like a rainbow. That is indicative of a rotating updraft, especially a relatively strong rotating updraft as well. So yeah, out here in Proctor, definitely worthy of a tornado warning. There's plenty of chasers sprinting up to that storm right now. In fact, some of them have just kind of gotten there. So they're going to be taking this east to west road, Fleming and Daly, all the way to Hollyoak, and trying to get a visual on that one. So if there is a tornado, it would probably be confirmed within the next minute or two with these chasers who are approaching the storm. They should have a good visual on it. But yeah, things starting to ramp up in our main area of concern in northeastern Colorado, the Nebraska Panhandle, and southeastern Wyoming. And we did just get confirmation on that tornado. Okay. We just got a confirmed tornado located near Proctor, 20 miles northeast of Sterling, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. This is also tagged for baseball-sized hail. And actually, this was law enforcement that confirmed the tornado. This was not storm spotters in the area. But we do have an observed tornado out here in Proctor. And it's not moving very quick. They have it tagged as moving southeast at 17 knots, about 20 miles an hour. It's kind of impossible to tell if we have a CC drop here, just because we're in such of a radar hole. Although that could be it. That could be it. We could be looking at a possible CC drop getting as high as 20,000 feet. So this could be a potentially somewhat strong tornado if that's what we're looking at. It's kind of impossible to say with the radar hole that we were in. So that'll be something to watch for sure. That is our first confirmed tornado warning of the day, by the way. So only one confirmed tornado warning on the whole day so far, which is good. Obviously, the hope is always that every outbreak is going to be a bust, and today's not even an outbreak. Today's a low-end risk day. Tomorrow night will be a slightly higher end risk day, but nothing crazy. Our Dodge County, I keep trying to say Wyoming, Wisconsin tornado warning polygon was just shrunken down a little bit. That's the update you're seeing at the top of your screen. It's not looking very impressive. They're probably going to allow this one to expire naturally in 15 minutes, and I don't think they'll issue a new tornado warning for this storm, but we will see. This is now just southeast of Kikoski. And they did just go ahead and issue an extension on the Colorado storm. So this is another confirmed tornado warning polygon. It's the same storm. They've just gone ahead and issued a new polygon out ahead of it. This one is going to last for 30 more minutes. And again, this thing's not going anywhere fast. There's also significant hail coming out of this, and we have evidence of that with this 3-body scatter hail spike that you can see that I've drawn out here. So baseball-sized hail and a confirmed tornado with this storm out here in Logan County, Colorado. See if I can get a better look at maybe a possible CC drop. Okay. This is more convincing. This to me looks a little more convincing, like we could be looking at tornadic debris being lofted 20,000 feet into the air or so. Now, this is not a significant CC drop in terms of the magnitude. These values are like in the 80% region. So this is probably mostly dust. Maybe some, branches and things like that. How many super chats are needed to fill the radar holes? Like 1 million. Because you got to buy the land, you got to construct the radar, you have to buy the equipment, then you have to construct the radar, and then you have to pay for maintenance and upkeep. You have to pay for energy. That stuff is expensive. All right. Whoa, don't do that. What have I done? Okay. So again, 3 tornado warnings on the map, but only 2 tornadic thunderstorms right now. We do have quite the stunning picture on the bounded weak echo region here associated with this storm. We probably have a heck of a look at the hail core here too. Yeah. A very beefy hail core going on here. Yeah, Adrian's right. Said I'd be better off buying 3 Dows and just driving where the tornadoes are. That's not a bad shout. Yeah, it's definitely possible that we're looking at the updraft of this tornado and seeing that debris here. If that's the case, these are probably pretty small particles. This is maybe not necessarily a super strong tornado, but it is lofting debris pretty high. We are looking at potentially upwards of 30,000 feet. I just don't think this is. I would not confirm this as debris that we're detecting here on the radar. I definitely would not, but it is possible. And this was confirmed by law enforcement, baseball size hail as well. And this was last confirmed 4 minutes ago. And in the old polygon, it was confirmed 6 minutes ago. 5 miles northwest of Fleming. All right, jumping quickly back over to Wisconsin, the tornado warning that's probably getting near its expiration date. Your time is up, sir. Yeah, it's just not looking very threatening to me. Near Kikoski and Mayville, Teresa as well. Again, it's still worth paying attention to. If you're in this tornado warning polygon, obviously, if you're in any tornado warning polygon, you got to take it seriously no matter what. Make sure that you are taking the necessary precautions in the event that there is a tornado, that you'll stay safe. I just don't think that one's looking very threatening. But back up here in Proctor, again, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's just northwest of Fleming now. In fact, I think it might even be valuable for me to do a slice like this and look back into it. Okay. So that could be a debris signature at the lowest levels. Never mind. It's just so hard to confirm anything on radar when you're in a radar hole like this. It's brutal. That original tornado warning polygon has just been shrunken down a little bit more, as you see in these two scans. You'll see it just getting smaller. That one's probably going to get lifted soon or just allowed to naturally expire in 10 minutes as this thing very slowly pushes off towards Fleming and Daly. And this is, again, out here in Logan County, Colorado. It is eventually going to hit near the county line, as it will eventually head towards Haxton. So yeah, that is our only confirmed tornado of the night thus far. All right. So this is not a debris ball in Fleming here that we're looking at, by the way. This is elevated. This is 11,000 feet in the air. And it's also not co-located with our higher DBZ values. See, Bryce Shelton is up here. We've got all sorts of people making their way up this way. Edgar O'Neill is headed up this way. Just some names that I recognize off the top of the dome. So I'm sure Bryce Shelton's got a view on this. Back into Dodge County, Wisconsin, this tornado warned storm is starting to push out of the warning polygon. And again, this one doesn't look concerning to me, but the tornado warning is still there, so we're going to continue to check in on it. It's definitely posing a wind risk, especially for around like maybe 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts or so. It is tagged for that, as well as 1.25 inch hail. Woo. Seeing a couple photos coming out of that region, and it's cool stuff, man. Couple of towering storms out there in Colorado. Look at that! Look at that hail spike. Oh my. Okay, so we've got another hail spike. We've seen multiple tonight, but another hail spike. This is coming out of the Goodland radar for this storm near Proctor and Fleming that has a confirmed tornado right now. And it's also tagged for baseball-sized hail, and it's probably got it. It probably does have that baseball-sized hail. Baseball-sized hail. So Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, not one of our guys, unfortunately. I would love to have him, but he's got a great view on this thing right now, and I'm seeing images from his broadcast as he's kind of below a hill. So it's kind of difficult for him to have the perfect look on it, but it looks like that storm is still there. It's got some, or that tornado is still there. It's got some crazy motion associated with it. Via Adrian, who sent me a screenshot off of that broadcast. I can't show that. Of course, that's not my broadcast. I can't show that on stream. But yeah, a lot of storm chasers up in that area who will continue to be able to give us a visual on this thing. Hopefully, we'll be able to get something on social media sometime soon. But this is our only confirmed tornado of the night so far. The night is far from over. We do still have that considerable severe thunderstorm warning out here in Washington County, Colorado, where this one has gotten its act back together and produced a little bit of hail at the very least here. You can see it's got a pretty thick hail core. It looks like our Logan County polygon was updated again. I'm not seeing, okay, it was removed. I got it. So we are down to one tornado warning polygon on the map, which makes sense. The cell had moved fully into the new one. So just one tornado warning polygon on the map, or confirmed tornado warning polygon on the map, I should say. We do still have these other cells in the kind of pushing towards North Platte, or at least in that general vicinity. One of them is tagged with 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The other one's tagged with about 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. And then our tornado warning in Dodge County, Wisconsin is 3 minutes away from its expiration, and that storm has pretty much moved out of there for the most part. Maybe near Teresa, you could call it some extremely broad rotation. Hearing from Adrian that we don't have a tornado on the ground at this exact moment in northeastern Colorado. So this is out near Fleming. Still has a very impressive bounded weak echo region here. Which again, for those of you who may just be joining us as of recently, your bounded weak echo region is basically this rainbow of heavier targets below smaller targets. Or maybe not heavier, but I guess more energy being returned to the radar is a more accurate verbiage to use. And then storm chasers out there are plenty that have all caught up to it by now. Ryan Kelly, Bryce Shelton, Edgar O'Neill is headed up that direction. Ryan Skall is headed up that direction. Lots of folks in that general vicinity. Adam Lucio is over there. I don't know exactly what his plan. It looks like he's taking some county roads trying to get to a better northern route. Plenty of storm spotters out in that area. Adrian saying visually via Bryce Shelton's broadcast, it's looking very outflowy / scuddy. And it seems like the outflow is cold within the notch, and it's very high based. So this thing looks like it might be occluding here. And I agree with all your analysis, Adrian. I would agree that this is probably occluding based on what he's saying. It's again, we're too elevated with the radar to tell if the low level inflow is occluded or not by the RFD. But the morphology on radar at least still suggests that it's possible that we still have inflow available here. Brutal arrow drawing from me there, just brutal. But yeah, the morphology on radar, again, this is looking at the mid levels. We're looking at 11,000 feet here. Still suggests that we could have some inflow with this storm. But in general, from what Adrian is describing, cold outflow within the inflow notch is a telltale sign of the storm occluding itself. The last time this was confirmed was 5 minutes ago. And our Wisconsin tornado warning was lifted, by the way. So we are down to 1 tornado warning on the map. It's just this one, the confirmed tornado in Logan County, Colorado, that we don't believe is on the ground anymore. For the time being, at least. We believe this one might be kind of occluding itself. Just northwest of Cheyenne, we do have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning, probably for just hail, I'm going to guess. Yeah, that one's tagged with golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts up here. So this one's going to be for Albany and Platte counties in Wyoming. In Guadalupe County in New Mexico, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning near Santa Rosa. This one's tagged with an inch hail and 52 knot wind, so 60-mile-per-hour winds out there in New Mexico. In Florida, for Holmes, Walton, and Washington counties in the Panhandle, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning. Look at that outflow boundary showing up. That's pretty cool. This outflow boundary showing up on radar is pretty cool stuff here. But heading into areas like Ponce de Leon, and like I said, this one's out here for Holmes, Walton, and Washington counties. And then out in Logan County, we did just get an update on this tornado warning. So let's tap in and see what that was. It looks like maybe they have unconfirmed it. To be determined within a couple minutes here. It should update for me any second. We do have some cool photos coming out of Orland Hills, Illinois, that I can share with you guys. This is from a residential area. So I open these up. So this was in Orland Hills, Illinois. I don't know exactly when, but we've got a handful of these very gorgeous pictures down here I can show you. There's another one. You can see the striations in these and just the laminar flow up here. It's just beautiful. And then more of that instability aloft, where things are a little more turbulent. And here you can just see a gorgeous shelf cloud. Just a beautiful shelf cloud, kind of that mothership, multiple layers of striations there. Again, this was out in Orland Hills, Illinois, just a couple minutes ago. Look at that shelf cloud. Wow. Yeah, very photogenic supercell. Or maybe not supercell. Storm. Very photogenic storm. I don't know exactly what he's looking at, if I can call it a supercell or not. Okay. So the last time our tornado was confirmed on the ground was actually 3 minutes ago. So maybe it is still on the ground. Still baseball-sized hail, and 11 minutes remain on this warning. Weather spotters most recently confirmed this tornado 3 minutes ago. So it looks like there are two mesocyclones now as the original mesocyclone failed its occlusion. There's a large mesocyclone lowering with Freddie McKinney's stream. And Adrian's saying it may try again. Of course, I can't view these storm chasers' feeds while I'm live. So Adrian's got to relay that information to me. We do still have a bounded weak echo region present here. And I could probably get a better view on that if, well, I guess I am on that radar. Okay. Well, that's fine. See if I can get a little snapshot of that action. Yeah, it's sort of there. You can see it, that little rainbow of color. It's there. It's not incredible because it is in a radar hole. It could be incredible. We just don't know. Okay, we do have another considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska here, right near the Panhandle that was just put in place. This one's got some pretty big hail headed towards Grant and Madrid. So it's tagged for 2-inch hail. It could probably get larger than that. We will see if it does. The cell just adjacent to it is also tagged for the exact same 60-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch hail. We can take a look at these two hail cores side by side here. As you can see, they are both pretty powerful. This one on the now on the right-hand side of your screen, closest to you. Some of these silvers and grays getting put into the mix here. There we go. There's a look at it. Some of those silvers and grays getting into there. So very, very powerful hail core out here in Nebraska. So this is for Keith and Perkins County, Nebraska. Right up here. So headed towards areas like Grant and Madrid, just south of Roscoe and Agala. We did just get another tornado warning for Weld County, Colorado. So this is headed towards Grover, a very similar location to what we saw earlier. And this one's actually riding an outflow boundary. So we could definitely see that spin get enhanced here at the low levels. And this is radar indicated rotation. So this one's got that really photogenic looking morphology to it. And it's not far from the Cheyenne radar. We are looking less than 2,000 feet in the air here. A couple of storm chasers are out that direction. So we will see what happens if we're able to get this confirmed or not. We can take a little cross section. So again, we do have two tornado warnings on the map now. And we do have a bounded weak echo region going on here. It's just not quite as impressive. This is a relatively smaller supercell. It's also younger than our other one. This one has shot up pretty quickly here. All right, still looking over here at our confirmed tornado warning. The last time it was confirmed was 7 minutes ago. And this is out here in Logan County. It is just beginning to move out of that warning polygon, so we'll see if they issue another warning. I'm sure they will. It's still tagged for baseball-sized hail as well. And we are hearing that, okay, there's that new tornado warning. Just slapped in place. And it was confirmed. It was confirmed just now, 1 minute ago. And this was confirmed by weather spotters. So still confirmed by weather spotters out here in Logan and Phillips County now. So this was last confirmed 5 miles northeast of St. Petersburg, or 22 miles east of Sterling. I don't know where St. Petersburg is. I'm not seeing that on the map. Why couldn't we have used like daily or something along the highway? So Adrian saying this tornado, if it is on the ground, it would have to be deep in the original circulation, wrapped in rain. Otherwise, there's no way it could be on the ground from the feeds that we're getting out of people like Freddie McKinney, who are out in Colorado chasing. But the original tornado warning has been lifted, so we now just have the one tornado warning in place here. Still a confirmed tornado as of 2 minutes ago. Back in Weld County, Colorado, we are looking at heading into Grover, an area where we tracked a supercell just a few days ago, smaller supercell as well, that tried to produce. As that one tries to get going. And Adrian is saying that on our northwestern or northeastern Colorado storm over here for Logan and Phillips counties, it looks like the new circulation is looking more dominant. Scott says it's Ogallala. Okay, so that was my first guess earlier. And then I changed it to Ogallala or something like that. Ogallala. It is Ogallala, Nebraska. Thank you, Scott. You are doing the Lord's work for us. Adrian is saying that via these storm chaser feeds, the original circulation has been fully occluded into the hail core, so everything is a green blob. So basically, no one has eyes on this thing right now, unless anyone's in that core, which maybe Christina Jones. Yeah, maybe Christina Jones could see it. Maybe Ryan Skull could see it. A lot of folks out there now taking all these back roads, trying to get into a position they like. Sparks VFX in the chat saying, what can we see in Dayton, Ohio tomorrow and Friday? Tomorrow, I'm not really worried about anything in Dayton, Ohio. Same with Friday. I'm not really worried about Dayton, Ohio at all over the next couple of days. Even into Saturday. That could obviously change, though. Back to Logan County here. Just southwest of Daly in Haxton. That's what we're looking at. In Weld County as well, Colorado. Right near Grover's, where we're looking at this other supercell trying to do its thing. Thank you. Thank you. I don't need it. Thank you. All right, we're still tracking this tornado warning here in Weld County, Colorado, as well as the confirmed tornado in Logan and Phillips counties in Colorado as well. Okay. My food has arrived, so I'm going to see about trying to figure out how to make my situation conducive to an eating environment. Give me just a minute here. I got to get a little grub in my system. Perfect. Okay. All right, we are set and good to go. They gave me some chips, but no salsa, unfortunately. But that's okay. Oh no, I lied. I'm a complete and utter liar. They gave me salsa. We're good. We got some Mexican food tonight. That is what we are in store from. A local Mexican place my parents went to this evening. All right. Here we go. Alan saying, I really enjoy your overall graphic layout and overlays. Well, thank you. Thank you, Alan. Alan is not paid to say that. Okay. Norman has asked the million-dollar question of what did I get for dinner? We are in the midst of a tornado warning, but you know what? Why not? Oh, say it might not be working. Okay. Well, one of my other camera, my second backup camera is not working. I'll do some. I can't really move this one. Okay. Well, I got chips and salsa, and then I got a steak quesadilla with some rice. That's what I got. It looks like I can't really I can't show you. That's okay. We need to focus anyway on the pair of tornado warnings that we have on the map, including the formerly confirmed tornado, which was last confirmed as of 9 minutes ago. Okay. I always manage to make a mess. It doesn't matter what we get to eat. On stream, I'm always making some sort of a mess, so my space is limited. Norman says, that's literally what I get at my local Mexican restaurant. Yeah, I love trying all sorts of different types of foods. I love tons of Mexican food, but I am a sucker for a good quesadilla, even though it's like a basic type of food. We do still have 27 minutes remaining on our tornado warning for Logan and Phillips counties in Colorado. And then we also have 27 minutes remaining. Both of them have 27 minutes remaining, actually, in Weld County, Colorado. This food came at a great time, man. I am hungry. Okay, Logan and Phillips County has just seen some sort of an update. Hasn't shown up on radar for me yet, though. Again, last time this was confirmed was 11 minutes ago. All right. Forgive me while I try and figure out my eating situation here. Good stuff. Okay. We do have a more recent confirmation here. Norman saying live ASMR coverage. That's great. Can you hear everything that I'm doing? I might have to change some of that or start like muting my mic. Will Bratton, ASMR streamer. But we did just have more recent confirmation as of a minute ago. A confirmed tornado was located 4 miles east of St. Petersburg by weather spotters. So we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground here. So not sure exactly what we're getting, like what feed is possibly showing this, but what? Interesting. The screenshot that Adrian just sent me, I think whoever's feed that is, I think they're looking their camera's facing the wrong way. I'm sure they're looking the right way, but I think their camera's facing south. Norman said those chips sound a little too good. That's concerning. Maybe I shouldn't eat the chips in front of the mic. The Grover cell is definitely putting down hail. It's tagged for 2-inch hail on that tornado warning. It's definitely got some hail in it, regardless of the tornado threat. Of course, the tornado warning is still active, though. Now I kind of don't want to eat any of the chips. Or at least I need to mute the mic if I'm going to do that. I just got some salsa on my arm. Not the chips, ma'am. All right, so we haven't had any confirmation on the storm in Weld County, Colorado. But again, we're getting repeated confirmations on the storm out here in Morgan County. I mean, excuse me, Logan County, Colorado. So that one has been confirmed on the ground multiple times by law enforcement and weather spotters. So we are looking at a tornado that's been on the ground potentially for a while now. Adrian is saying that it appears as though everything has become outflow dominant. with that confirmed tornado, which would mean the tornado threat is dissipating basically and about to be pretty much done. So we will see if that is the case. Again, Adrian is monitoring those storm chaser feeds live. Unfortunately, I cannot show them. Yeah, the supercell out near Grover still posing a pretty concerning hail threat there as well. So again, tornado warnings right now are Logan, Phillips, and Weld counties in Colorado. We also have considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. We just actually get another tornado warning back in Washington on this cell from earlier, which I guess has gotten going again. I haven't even looked at it in a while. Huh. Interesting. It's got a little bit of rotation. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, you can see it a little better from the Goodland radar. Yeah, I mean, it's there. It's not incredibly impressive, but it's there. So we now have 3 tornado warnings on the map. Our confirmation on the um, Logan and Phillips County tornado warning has been removed. So we have no confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now, but 3 tornado warnings in 3 different areas throughout northeastern Colorado. The concept of you guys hearing the chips is so funny to me for some reason. We do have a handful of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now, but you can see all of them. We've got Yuma, Colorado. That's ahead of our tornado warning storm. We also have Goshen and Platte counties in Wyoming, as well as Albany County in Wyoming. In Nebraska, we have Keith and Perkins counties. And then we also have Washington County, Colorado. So that is where all of those different considerable tagged severe thunderstorm warnings are. Most of those are probably going to be for hail. These is 2-inch hail, 2-inch, 2.5-inch hail. So that's tennis ball size hail. That's 2-inch hail again, 2-inch hail again, and 1 3/4 inch hail. So a lot of big time hail going on, which was the main expectation today for our primary risk was going to be giant hail. All right. So again, we're still looking at these three confirmed, excuse me, these three tornado warnings on the map. None confirmed anymore. Dude, is the earthquake that bad? I've been live since it happened. Someone told me in the chat when it happened, and I haven't seen any photos or footage or heard anything about it since then. I hope everyone's okay out there, man. The Venezuelan people have been through some stuff, man. Oh, Norman just sent me this video, or this couple of videos from the. Oh my. Oh my goodness. The footage I'm seeing right now out of Venezuela is insane. Oh my word. There are large buildings leveled. Like many large buildings leveled, and lots of infrastructure has collapsed as well. That's actually insane. Wow. Norman, thank you for sending that to me, dude. I was wondering what happened with that. Man, that's horrible. That is like actually horrific. Adrian is saying we now have a pretty clear shot on that storm in northeastern Colorado, out in Logan and Phillips counties, where he's saying we've got a large bowl-shaped mesocyclone that appears to be fighting some inhibition. Apparently, it's very low precip now. If it's becoming low precip, that could definitely help it out. I'm getting through my meal here, guys. Don't worry. I'll be back in full action soon. I needed this. I was dying. Absolutely starving. Norman just sent me another video from Venezuela. Oh my goodness. An entire like 8-story hotel collapsed. This is actually insane. Man, just some crazy scenes coming out of Venezuela. Still looking at a lot of hail. And again, I know I've reiterated it a handful of times, but really the main threat tonight is hail. A couple tornadoes are definitely on the table and can't be ruled out. Really over the next hour. But the threat really is hail. The largest threat anyway. But we've got about another hour of potentially all hazards of severe weather here. I think we're pretty much done out in the Midwest now in terms of any type of tornado or very significant wind or hail risk. Hmm. Is anybody on this storm? Adrian, are you able to see if anyone's on the storm near Grover? It looks like we could have a tornado here. The velocity couplet is not really showing on the Cheyenne radar. For some reason. There's definitely some sort of interference going on right around near the couplet. The couplet's kind of right in this area. Some sort of interference going on for sure. But there's a slight CC drop where, if we did have a tornado, where it would be. That tornado warning was just lifted. So clearly not. They must have eyes on this. So they have issued a destructive severe thunderstorm warning ahead of that, though. That is for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And so that's going to be out in Weld County, Colorado. So we have 2 tornado warnings left on the map for now. One of them is near Anton and Cope, and then the other one, and that is for Washington County, and the other one is in Logan and Phillips County. The former confirmed tornado that we did have, south of Haxton and north of Yuma. Look at this from the Goodland radar. I am seeing a visual on this. We still have a decent lowering of the mesocyclone out here north of Yuma. So that's definitely something to pay attention to. A pretty significant lowering of the mesocyclone out there. It doesn't look to be rapidly rotating or trying to descend or anything like that, but I apologize. Trying to finish stuffing my face here really quick so we can get on with it. Okay. Alrighty. We are looking alive. I'm keeping my chips though. Can't get between me and my chips. All right, so back to Logan and Phillips counties. In Colorado here, as we do still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning extended well ahead of this storm along its path. And then in the storm out in Weld County, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning still on that one. It was previously a destructive and was previously tornado warned as well. As you can see, both of those things happen. As that one's got some inflow. I mean, I don't think anyone's really on it. Hardly. There's a couple people out there that could maybe give us a picture. And by us, I mean the National Weather Service, so they could confirm or deny a tornado. Not us as in Will Bratton WX. Plenty of folks out there in northeastern Colorado trying to get a good look at this storm north of Yuma out in Logan and Phillips counties. As here you go. Looks like a lot of, or at least some folks have, never mind. I was going to say it looks like some folks have abandoned it, but everyone was just kind of congested into one spot. So it looked like there were less people out there than there are. We do have about 45 minutes left or so until things start to really die down and we get into the darker hours of the night. Austin, I see you in the chat. How you doing, my friend? It's always good to see familiar faces in the chat, folks that I went to school with. Austin's out there in South Carolina killing it. All right. A very large, considerable severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued downstream of this merging pair of supercells that is kind of turning into one into southwestern Nebraska, southwest of North Platte. And that one's got some rotation going in there. So that's definitely one to pay attention to. That merger could have tried to put something together. I mean, we're looking pretty high up, but it's got some rotation, man. It's got some crazy inflow, too. We could definitely see that one get a tornado warning on it soon. In North Platte, it's a little rotation going on in North Platte. Just a little bit. As that is just a severe thunderstorm warning tag for 60-mile-per-hour wind. Or no, it's just tagged for 1-inch hail. It's not tagged for any wind. I stand corrected. Austin saying he's going to go to sleep. He's got to work in 4 hours. That's crazy. Dude's got the overnight shift. Our tornado warning out in Logan and Phillips counties has just been lifted, so we're just down to the one in Washington County for right now. And we're going to stay with things for a little while longer here tonight. Probably around another 45 minutes to an hour. I feel you, Austin. I also have to go to sleep at a somewhat reasonable hour. We are going to be getting up early and filming another forecast video tomorrow for the elevated risk for a couple of strong tornadoes along Kansas and Oklahoma tomorrow. So make sure that you have notifications turned on for that if you're watching here tonight. Right now, we just have this one tornado warning for Washington County, Colorado, and we have four considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for Logan and Phillips County, Colorado, Chase, Hayes, Lincoln, and Perkins counties in Nebraska, Weld County in Colorado, and then Goshen and Platte counties back in Wyoming. I still can't believe this earthquake in Venezuela. Okay. Sometimes I see people post meteorological analysis on Twitter that just simply blows my mind with the the lack of substance behind it. Sometimes people post amazing stuff on there, by the way. Absolutely amazing stuff on Twitter all the time. There's really talented folks that are willing to share their knowledge on social media. But man, probably around 60% of the stuff I see sometimes that just shows up in my feed, not necessarily, not the people I follow, but My goodness, it blows my mind with how concerning it is. It's just, what are we doing? I'm not gonna give examples. I don't want to call anyone out. Like that's not my thing. But yeah, Austin said he's been pretty much watching all of our forecast videos. Says so far so good. Keep it up, dude. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. The support of all of the Mets from Mississippi State. It means a lot to me. And it's also really helpful to get feedback from you guys. You guys are so much more talented at this stuff than I am in terms of communication and presentation. I'm just doing my best. I'm out here making everything from scratch. It's not going to be barren, and it's not going to be the high-tech visualization programs that are used in the broadcast space, but I make do with what I got. And I think we're doing a pretty solid job, so I'm pretty proud of it. We do have still pretty solid rotation on this storm, by the way, just northwest of Cope out here in Colorado. So this is for Washington County, Colorado, a county name that we have said many times tonight. All right. I am getting visual now from Weld County, Colorado, that again, unfortunately, I can't share, but we are getting visual confirmation that that storm in Weld County, I can go ahead and show it up here, is completely outflow dominant. I mean, you can literally watch these DBZs fall off a cliff. This thing is basically downbursting right now. So we could easily see some 70-mile-per-hour winds come out of this as all that mass just flies towards the surface at Mach 1 million. So still seeing some rotation present here south of Madrid. LC, Grant, and Granton headed towards Imperial, Enders, Juanita, Hamlet, Palisade, and Hayes Center. This is out here in southwestern Nebraska. So yeah, that sellout in Weld County is most certainly on the road to complete dissipation here. All of those chasers are beginning to move away from that cell as a result. At that point, you got to pick your poison. You want to go for the one that's currently tornado warned down south in Washington County, or do you want to go west and try to catch any of these storms that could become tornadic, including the one near Grover that was already tornadic not long ago? Or do you trust your morning forecast, which included that the LCLs in this area to your north would actually be much more conducive for tornadoes later in the evening? Decisions. I haven't had a chance to look at any of the observations throughout the day since we've been broadcasting. The last time I looked was around 3 p.m. So I have no idea what the latest model runs looked like or what some of the surface observations were coming out as, how things were verifying. I have no idea. But from my morning analysis, if I was leaving that storm right now, most likely I'd be headed to this one just because it's the healthiest and has nothing around it. But if that storm was not in the question, I would be going north towards this kind of area to see if any of these could become tornadic. Now, I will say these are kind of becoming a little more linear, which is obviously not what you want if you're storm chasing, but I don't know. I think a lot of these have some potential. Out near North Platte, there's some rotation going on. Down near Imperial, Enders, Juanetta, south of Madrid and Elsie, there's rotation going on. All out here in the Nebraska Panhandle. Interesting. We do have a total of 5 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now. And you can see them all right here. We've got the one out in Wyoming. This one's for Goshen and Platte counties. We've got the one out here in Weld County, Colorado. Another one down here in Washington County, Colorado. And then we have 2 of them out here in Nebraska. That is going to be for Cheyenne and then Chase, Hayes, Lincoln, and Perkins counties, Nebraska. We have 1 tornado warning still on the map for the time being. And that rotation's, it's there. That rotation is most certainly there. So we will see what happens with that as we potentially get a visual on it in a little while. Oh, man. All right, anyone who's in the chat right now, I need a favor. I'm about to drop. Okay, our tornado warning was just lifted, by the way. We have no tornado warnings on the map for the current second, but I need everyone in the chat to click on this link. Nope, not that. That's not the link I want. This link. I need everyone in the chat to go click on this link and go like and comment on this video. That is what I need everyone to do right this second. Norman Smith is one of our storm chasers here at Will Bratton WX. He's incredibly talented. He got multiple tornadoes that day. This was back on June 21st, so this was Sunday. And at the top of your screen, you just saw that little update pop up there. That is because that tornado warning is now gone. So we don't have any tornado warnings on the map. My overlay should update within a minute or so. No tornado warnings on the map right now. 5 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings on the map. We're going to stay with things for a little bit longer here. We're going to probably give it just about maybe 30 to 40 minutes till a couple minutes past 9 p.m. Unless things really start to fall apart, and then we'll probably end it sooner. We did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Weld County, Colorado. It's an extension of the previous one. The Cheyenne radar still gives us a pretty good view on this. It is tornado possible tagged with 1 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We could still see a tornado somewhere near Kyoto, kind of in this general vicinity, and it would be headed down towards Buckingham and Raymer. But yeah, I need everyone to go to that link I just posted a minute ago in the chat and show some love to Norman. Like and comment. This will really help him hit the algorithm and help his video do well. So we got to do all that we can. All right. All right, so one of our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings was just lifted. That was the one that was coming out of Weld County, um, because the extension was added. So the old one was just lifted a moment ago. Back in Wisconsin, we did actually just get a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go ahead and check on that. As this one is near Germantown. It's near Germantown, Meccan, Mequon, Mecuan, Meccan. I'm gonna call it Meccan. It's near Germantown, Meccan, Cedarburg, Grafton, Rockfield. This is a not really got any kind of rotation going, as far as I can tell. It looks like we may be unzipping a little bit of a line of thunderstorms here through this area. So this is just north of Milwaukee. That's the first thing that we've had in the Midwest in a while. We've had a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings down here in Indiana, and Illinois, but nothing super concerning. Again, we do, well, actually, this is interesting. We have a little bit of rotation trying to get ingested, and these are all nocturnal storms at this point where the low-level jet could be beginning to come to play out here in Illinois and Indiana. Yeah, nothing super scary up there, but definitely stuff to watch. We'll go back over to Colorado, though. This is where we're mostly going to hang out. It's Colorado, the Nebraska Panhandle, and eastern Wyoming here. Okay. ah. Will Bratton, try not to yank headphone out of ear challenge, impossible edition. Okay, just west of Goodland here, out in Yuma County, Colorado now. This is for Joe's and Kirk, pretty much. We are seeing this cell begin to kind of cross that county line. The rotation that we were seeing before might still be there, but there's some radar interference. Yeah, the storm out here near Buckingham and Kyoto towards Raymer and Stoneham up here in Weld County, Colorado is still looking like it could try to do something. It is pretty much, it's kind of a mess. I don't know. It's really not that much of a mess, to be honest with you. One of the issues is the messiness of the setup, though. There is plenty of precipitation out ahead of it that could impact it and increase its cold pool, leading to it becoming more outflow dominant. Okay. Looking back at this cell near Imperial, this was the merger from earlier that I'm kind of surprised hasn't been tornado warned. We've talked about a couple of times. I mean, it's 10,000 feet in the air. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't a little bit ago. It's moving south. So Adrian is trying to see if he can get some eyes on this storm. There's only one person even out there, Kelsey Weiss. But this is definitely one of the, I mean, it's the most concerning storm on the map to me at the moment. Yeah, things are not looking incredible out here. We do have numerous storms again that are producing possibly significant hail. 2-inch hail, 1 3/4 inch hail. We have 1 3/4 inch hail, 2-inch hail. In Wyoming, 1 3/4 inch hail. So not getting into the giant hail that we saw earlier, but still large hail coming out of some of these storms. And that trend is going to continue for the time being. Up in Kyoto, near Buckingham, man. Uh, why are these winds coming south? Um, okay. Was I just lied to by the Fort Morgan radar? What was that? Or Fort Grant? What is it? What is this city? Just outside of Denver. I forget what it is. The Denver radar. Was I just lied to by the Denver radar? Question mark. Man, this thing's pretty crazy, no? Yeah, I definitely think this storm here near Enders and Imperial is the most threatening on the map right now in terms of any kind of a tornado risk. Just south of North Platte, though, there also is a little bit of broad rotation there. But I mean, in Enders, you have, again, we're looking high in the atmosphere, right? This is at 10,000 feet. So keep in mind, we are not looking, at the lowest levels that we need to be if we want to identify a couplet worth tornado warning. But this is definitely a concerning one in terms of tight and pretty quick mid-level rotation. I mean, at 10,000 feet, we're holding a VROT of maybe what, 50-ish? I mean, that's pretty crazy. It's a pretty solid VROT. Again, it's elevated, right? So you got to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt because it's so high in the air, but slightly elevated. Still a tornado risk for sure. And we'll see if the National Weather Service decides to warn it. We're getting values as high as 106 miles per hour, or knots, excuse me. 106 knots, like 120 miles an hour. And this is up here at 10,000 feet. So again, nowhere near the surface. So much less friction when you're that high in the air. But still worth looking at. In Wyoming, we also have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that should be going away any second. Not really much of a threat with that. So we're down to really two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. One in Nebraska that we've been looking at. And this one is tornado possible tagged. Correction, it's not tornado possible tagged. I thought it was. Maybe it was earlier. It is tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch hail. And then our storm just southeast of Grover, that's the one that's tornado possible tagged. That one is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 3/4-inch hail. Golf ball sized hail there. They did just issue another considerable severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this storm because the previous one was about to expire and this thing's moving pretty slow. So they issued another one in just about the same area. Same exact hazards as well. Actually, no, the hail threat has dropped off a bit. So 1 1/4 hail, but still 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with this one. So it looks like all of our threats are really starting to fall off tonight. So we're going to follow these last two storms here for at least a few more minutes, probably around 20 minutes or so. And see what happens with the storm near Buckingham, which is now looking even less convincing with the congestion in front of it. So this one's probably just about getting close to its expiration date as well. So we're just going to kind of stay with this one in the Nebraska Panhandle, or Southwest Nebraska, I should say. This one's going to be out here in Chase and Hayes County, Nebraska. So that's the one we're going to stay with for the time being until we call it for the nights. Yeah, we did get a pixel that was showing 112 knots. We did just get a tornado warning placed in Weld County on the storm that I just said I thought was kind of falling. What? Okay, so the Cheyenne radar is clearly misleading me here because there's a lot of interference. There's a lot of interference here, and it looks like nothing's going on from the Cheyenne radar. So clearly I need to look out at the Denver radar because there it is. You've got rotation absolutely going on here. So we do have rotation going on in Weld County, Colorado. Isn't it funny how that works? Weld County, Colorado. This is going to be not a very long-lived tornado threat, as we're about to see a little bit of a merger go on here. So this won't be a very long-lived tornado threat. This warning polygon is only issued for 30 minutes. But we are going to stay with this. It's also tagged for 2-inch hail. There are a lot of folks in this area to give us some eyes on it. So we'll definitely stay with these two storms, at least for the time being, then. From the Goodland radar over here, back near Imperial, we're actually looking at only 7,000 feet. So that rotation is still sustained below. I mean, you would expect that with the types of velocities that we just saw at 10,000 feet. You would expect it at 7,000 feet to still be maintained. Yeah, it's got pretty strong rotation going on here near Buckingham. We've definitely we've got possibly a bounded weak echo region going on. Yeah, it's slight, but it's there. So that's indicative again of a strong updraft, strong rotating updraft. And then we'll check out this storm in Chase and Hayes counties in Nebraska. As this one could have a bounded weak echo region as well, but it is 7,000 feet. So looks like probably not. Whoops. At least not that we can check, or not that we can see visually here. Oh, what have I done? Come back. You can definitely see at the very least a weak echo region where some targets are being suspended above nothingness. So at the very least, you've got a weak echo region, perhaps not a bounded weak echo region. So for context, a weak echo region is indicative of a strong updraft, and then a bounded weak echo region is indicative of a strong rotating updraft that has managed to generate an RFD, essentially. We did just have another cell fire north of Denver, right off the mountains, it looks like. Let me pull some of this data back. They just severe warned it a moment ago. Yeah, this cell's literally fired right off the mountains not long ago. It's not really moving much. It's kind of going due south. So that could be a hail producer, wind producer as well. No kind of rotation in there at all. It does have that kidney bean shape, but no rotation. Back near Buckingham and Raymer, we are still seeing some rotation there, but again, I think everything's about to kind of get cut off as we get a merger going on here. Norman just now seeing our shout out, of course, bro. It's not going to be a huge shout out. We're small for now. Foreshadowing for now. If you are in the chat, by the way, right now, and you haven't gone and looked at Norman's latest video, even if you're not going to watch it, go click on it and then like and comment. It's really helpful. Really, really helpful. So definitely make sure that you do that at the very least. Help him out. But yeah, we are looking at a tornado warning in Weld County, Colorado right now for Buckingham and Raymer. And again, I think this is kind of going to get suffocated off here as we get some merging action going. This is our discrete supercell here, the northern part that came out of the Grover area up here. And as it moved that way, we had more convection fire off behind it, or ahead of it, I should say. It is no longer discrete. It's probably going to have all this contaminated inflow within seconds. I'm sure it's sitting there sucking it in right now. So this is not one that I'm expecting to be significant unless some crazy mesoscale magic happens. But, you know, you can never rule that out. Yeah, but it looks to me like we are going to see some cold air getting dumped into this storm where we have that tornado warning associated with the outflow of these storms just to the south. So it's going to ingest that cold air and it is going to have a tough time maintaining itself. So that one is still an area of concern. Also an area of concern is out here in Nebraska near Winetta, where we're looking at less than 7,000 feet here with VROT values still near 40. And it's decently impressive. It's nothing to sneeze at, for sure. So this is one that could still become problematic. The cell that came out of North Platte could also become problematic in terms of its rotation. So that's one to watch as well. This is closer to about 6,000 feet here. And we're seeing VROT values, not very impressive here. But the NROT is still showing that you've got rotation there. That's algorithmically derived. It's not super reliable or useful, but it is a nice visual tool. Same thing with the Winetta storm. So yeah, that Winetta one is definitely the one that looks the most threatening on the entire map to me right now. I know we do have a tornado warning out in Raymer in Weld County, Colorado. But I just think this is all about to suffocate within seconds. And in fact, it looks like it kind of already did. You can see that rotation was there and now it's not. Now it has potentially shifted to ingesting new rotation on the south end, south of Raymer. So a new area where we could see a tornadic threat would be in that circle. But the original polygon for the storm near Buckingham and Raymer, I'm not really concerned about anymore. But again, south of that area, the southernmost cell, we could definitely see some clean inflow coming in and things start to try to wrap up in that area. So we will continue to watch that. Yeah, it's definitely got some inflow. So we'll stick with it for the time being. So a little bit of a look around the map right now. We've got a handful of flash flood warnings, one in Illinois, one in Wisconsin, one in New Mexico, one in Oklahoma, and one in Arizona. We also, one of those is a considerable flash flooding. That's down here where we had this thunderstorm that just sat there for like a long time and just didn't move. So a considerable flash flooding for Cochise County in Arizona. We also have two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning up here near the Nebraska Colorado general vicinity, where we have Weld County and a tornado warning in Colorado. And then also in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And then in Nebraska, we have Chase and Hayes County in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And then other severe thunderstorm warnings around the map. We've got New Mexico going on, Colorado, Nebraska, Wyoming, and then one out in Indiana for Lake County, or two, excuse me, Lake and Porter counties. But yeah, not a lot of crazy business going on around the country right this minute. Down in New Mexico, again, we do have a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings. These are going to be tagged for some small to medium hail, an inch and a half here, so ping pong ball sized hail, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. Same one, similar story up here, an inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then up near Forest, we have just 60-mile-per-hour winds and a lot of rainfall with this one that could produce a little bit of flash flooding. And then back to Colorado, you can see that merger underway now where the Buckingham and Raymer storm has completely fallen apart, but the rotation just to the south is still there for now, or is newly there, I should say. That's just coming in right up here. So for context, what we're seeing on radar, green means towards the radar, so this way, and red means away from the radar, so this way. So when you combine that and you overlay it with your reflectivity map, what you're looking at is something that looks like this and this, roughly. That arrow is probably a little too sharp of a gradient, but something like this. So that is your area, your new area of rotation. It's just outside of the current tornado warning polygon, or partially clipping it. So we do have on this tornado warning about 17 minutes remaining. I can't imagine it'll make it through that whole time, considering the rotation that's in that polygon is no longer existent and the rotation south of it is not in that polygon. It's just outside of it. So, but we may still get a new tornado warning. Probably still have a little bit of a hail core going on here near Rame as well. And there it is. So a little bit of hail. And they're nothing crazy. This is not gorilla hail like we saw earlier, maybe as much as 2-inch hail. That is what this is tagged for, actually. Let me just look at what it's tagged for. So we are tagged for, 2-inch hail. And that's it. 2-inch hail in the tornado, of course. So we are down to just 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning at the moment. It is about 9 p.m. Central Time, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Mountain Time, 7 p.m. Pacific Time. No real reason for me to read all that off. I just kind of felt like it. All right. So we're still going strong here, Will Bratton WX. If you're not subscribed to us already, make sure you do that. We're going to have another forecast coming out tomorrow morning for a possible more elevated tornado risk in southern Kansas and northern Oklahoma. So that could be the potential for a couple of strong tornadoes. So make sure that you're ready for that forecast tomorrow morning. Check it out at your leisure tomorrow. And we're going to keep going here for about another 5-10 minutes or so and probably see out this cell just south of Raymer. And we'll continue to check in on this one in southwestern Nebraska as well, near Wineta. As it continues to inch closer to the Goodland radar unit, we are just exactly 6,000 feet in the air here for the most part. Still looking not incredibly impressive with that rotation, but there's still rotation there. It's something to pay attention to. Got to watch it all. All right. Back into northern Colorado in Weld County. Actually looks a little more broad. I guess it kind of recycled. Okay, it recycled a little bit. That's fine. So it's still there. Again, we're just south of the tornado warning polygon is where our actual area of concern is. It's right around here. And it's going to continue to propagate to the southeast like this, like such. And in fact, I can just grab some more frames. We can watch it go. Okay. So yeah, we'll stay with this for another like 2-3 radar scans. Let's go ahead and watch this this thing's life cycle here. As it came out of Grover, where it was a considerable and at one point it was a destructive severe thunderstorm very briefly. It was also tornado warned up in that direction as well. And it just kind of made its way to the southeast, continued to just swallow the storms ahead of it, which it's trying to do with the storm to its south right now coming out of Raymer as it continues to the south. And the considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was on it has been lifted now. It is still tagged with the tornado warning with 2-inch hail. That has another 12 minutes remaining on it. So we are down to 1 tornado warning and 1 considerable severe thunderstorm warning at the current moments. Okie dokie. The considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Chase and Hayes counties was just updated. They shrunk it down a little bit. It's still tagged for baseball sized or tennis ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. They issued a downstream severe thunderstorm warning for it. That one is just tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. So they are expecting this storm to weaken. And in fact, it has been weakening quite a bit. That mid-level rotation is still there, however, though it has also weakened. Still seeing VROTs, maybe. Well, around 40. Nothing very impressive with this storm near Wineta. So that one's looking like it's going to kind of fall apart here. So we're going to stick with our final tornado warning and then see what happens over the next couple of scans here and then probably call it for the evening. That rotation's still there, though, I tell you. The one issue that it has, for the most part, is more stuff firing off to the south, which you can see is happening right now. A storm coming out of Weldona. So this one's probably not going to really be able to get itself going either. And I understand why the National Weather Service would be very conservative about potentially warning it as a result of that. But it's possible that, okay, here we go. The latest reflectivity scan definitely proves that theory. So we'll stay with it for probably another scan or two. And see if something drastically changes. Or if we get some mesoscale magic. Other than that, we'll be calling things off shortly. And I am seeing more footage out of Venezuela that is just unbelievable from this earthquake. I mean, it's like the whole city is like leveled and covered in smoke. There's so many of these giant buildings that are like, I mean, it looks like a Fallout. It looks like a dystopia movie. It's actually insane. I'll go ahead and post that link in the chat. If you want to take a look at that on Twitter, some of that insane damage coming out of there. As things are broadening out with this rotation south of Raymer. Oh my. I found some footage from when it happened. And it looks like in a subway. Or by I found, I mean Adrian sent me. Adrian found and sent me. The entire like subway collapsed almost. And this is insane. Or is this an airport? What is this? This might actually be an airport terminal. I'm not entirely sure what this is. Anyway, I'll link it in the chat for anyone who may want to take a look at it. But man, this stuff coming out of Venezuela is absolutely horrific, man. Okay, we're going to give this one more radar scan about. Yeah, that rotation is significantly broadened out, and I'm expecting this cell to kind of fall apart. We'll take another scan of its hail core, which does actually appear to be slightly descending as well. So this storm is definitely beginning to weaken out a little bit. Everything's pretty much falling down for the night. So that being said, we are going to go ahead and end things off for the night. I want to thank everyone for tuning in and trusting us with your severe weather coverage. If you haven't subscribed, make sure that you do that, as it'll help us more than anything. And make sure that you tune into our forecast video tomorrow morning, as they did just issue a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for this same cell. It's tagged for 1 3/4 inch hail, plus 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it is tornado possible tagged, though I don't think it particularly needs to be. It's possible that we see a brief spin up tornado, especially as the mesoscale features collide here with these like 3 different cells that are colliding, but I expect things to completely fall apart for the most part. So again, thank you guys for watching. Make sure you tune in tomorrow morning or tomorrow whenever you feel for our forecast video, and then we'll be broadcasting tomorrow night as well. So thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for supporting Norman's video. Again, I know I've spammed that link. But I'm gonna even go ahead and put it one more time in the chat there. I screwed it up. Boom, boom. There we go. There's that link one more time. If you haven't already, go to Norman's page and subscribe, like the video, leave a comment. It'll help him with the algorithm. Hilarious and phenomenal poetic timing, as our tornado warning has been lifted. So we have 0 tornado warnings on the map. And that is the perfect time for us to go ahead and end the broadcast tonight. So again, thank you all so much for tuning in. We will be back in action tomorrow broadcasting, as well as with a forecast video in the morning. So tune in for that, subscribe, like, and check out our website too if you haven't done that. We have some really cool new features, including the ability to view the mesoscale discussions, or excuse me, the Storm Prediction Center Outlook forecast discussions, and all of those maps branded with our branding. So it's actually nice to read. And it's easy to just share it with your friends and family as well. There's a button there so that you can make sure that everyone around you is weather aware. I think it's a really cool tool. But yeah, that's about it for the night. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you soon.